Hello. I am still eating my leftover pizza. Excuse me. Um, and I'm gonna do that off camera. So let's kind of do a recap of what we had last time. So I opened FL Studio, and we have like a really rough first draft of our main theme for the game, and that's pretty darn sick. I'm gonna bring this window with me. Oh, can I move you to this? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's turn off my webcam. I don't want you to judge my pizza eating. Then, can I open recents? Yeah, Alt 1. It's loading. This is where FL Studio kind of shows its biggest weakness, is that it handles recorded audio in a way that is kind of strange to me. Takes a lot longer to load. I mean, MIDI data is probably just a lot easier to load. But I'll just give this a listen for you guys, just as a reminder of what this sounds like while I finish my pizza. I can't eat that fast. I'm still working on my last little couple bites. But that's a good first draft. I'm gonna leave that as is. We're gonna move on. And today's gonna be some dynamic soundtrack as well as UI sounds. That'll be our primary goal because those things are not in the game yet. So let me start a new empty. It's probably gonna involve more guitar, and more electronics this time around. And then also we're gonna need to do some sound effect design, which is gonna be pretty dope. It's been a while since I made a sound effect for a game, a UI, UX, all that stuff. Gameplay. Luckily, the game doesn't require too many sounds. So that's going to be interesting. So, sorry, I'm still eating. You know what? That loop's coming back. This is coming back. If this gets annoying, let me know. then that means that this needs more work. I need to finish these last couple bites, and then we'll really dive into the work. Oh, I'm back. I was muted. My bad. And I am just sending a text. So, from this text, this is my family texting me. Tomorrow's stream's gonna be shortened. Either that or I'll just start it earlier. Because my sister flew in from Virginia, and she just had her first baby. I'm an uncle now, and I would like to meet my niece for the first time in person. And that's gonna happen tomorrow at a family dinner. So I'm gonna be going to that. I just gotta coordinate with them because I'm kind of the furthest one out right now. I mean, at least amongst my immediate family. My sister's staying at my mom's, and that's what we're planning on. You know, having a family dinner at my mom's place. Also a thing where I just got a text saying, hey, well, the whole plan was, hey, we are having a family dinner, you know, it's gonna be at my mom's house, and I just got a text and I was like, we want to go out of town in the afternoon, not for dinner time, for the afternoon. I'm like, my girlfriend doesn't get off lunch, she really wants to also meet her niece as well. So I'm gonna, that's one of those things. So back to work. The headphones are coming on, so I can actually hear. I've been deaf to the stream this entire time. Oh, and I don't have my water. Oh my goodness. Ain't no way I'm doing this stream dehydrated after eating. I'm getting my water bottle. I don't even care what the algorithm thinks of that. I'll be back. There's no algorithm on this planet that's going to dehydrate me. I'm gonna drink lots of water today. All right. Now the headphones are coming up. So, main theme, I'm gonna let that sit. That'll be something that gets upgraded over time. Alrighty. So this means new project, new empty. And so I will also kind of be working in parallel with the game as well. Let's see about doing it this way. Here we go. Let's open this back up. Now I could pan from both. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be pretty effective. Let's load up the scenes. I'm slightly out of focus here. I've got to... What's in focus here? I turned off autofocus because when I play games in the dark, the autofocus ends up really freaking out. That's good enough. I think I'm just gonna have to not lean back and forth as much. Um, oops. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to let my friends, my like IRL friends, who I've anointed VIP. They should get an ad-free experience. Can I do that right now, live on the stream, and have it update live on the stream? So if I go to Twitch, uh, VIPs, grant no ads, like some sort of permission there. Let me see here. Is there Twitch help? Let's see, VIP. Twitch badges guide. We're learning. We're learning how to be a better streamer. User type chat badges. VIP, loyal members of the community, immune to chat and channel moderation. I mean, they could still be moderated by a mod. Oh, you could recognize artists and partners, members, moderators, broadcasters, staff. Is there a way to make it so VIPs don't have ads? Or am I wrong there? Am I mistaken? Because that'd be dope. Which VIP no ads. This might just not. Okay. I guess it's just not possible. Well, if you want an ad-free experience, I guess at least my friends might be able to have a Prime sub or something like that. So, you know, that's how things are. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain. Yeah, well, I mean, it's crying. That's just because I think it was a blank-ish screen for a while. All right, back to the game. So we also need to learn a bit on the Godot side of what 4.4 does for dynamic music. Godot dynamic, let's see, 4.4 dynamic music, because definitely the gameplay music should be dynamic. Oh, it was adaptive music in 4.3. Implement dynamic music, audio stream interactive, audio stream playlist, and audio stream synchronized. So we're gonna be doing quite a bit of document reading as well. Yeah, sync gameplay with audio and music. I think we're gonna sync audio with gameplay, so it's gonna be the other way around. So let me see here. Audio, there's got to be a link to better. I think this this might be a good starting place then. Audio streams. This is gonna be a documentation reading stream. I hope everyone's okay with that. Um, so let's learn this together. Obviously, this is outdated because Godot 4.4 just came out. They didn't get around to changing this. It might not even need changes, honestly, because Godot 4.3 wasn't too long ago. Um, in any application or game, or sorry, let me read this like professionally. Sync the gameplay with audio and music. Introduction. In any application or game, sound and music playback will have a slight delay. For games, this delay is often so small that it is negligible. Sound effects will come out a few milliseconds after any play function is called. For music, this does not matter, as in most games, it does not interact with the gameplay. Still, for some games, mainly rhythm games, it may be required to synchronize player actions with something happening in a song, usually in sync with the BPM, it stands for beats per minute. For this, having more precise timing information for an exact playback position is useful. Achieving very low playback timing precision is difficult. Wait, achieving very low playback timing is difficult. That's a grammatical thing. Achieving very precise playback timing is difficult. Low playback timing precision, so the precision should be low. Is that what that sentence says? That probably needs some editing. Is there a way for me to just like contribute to the docs like full sail right now? Can I just like can I Wikipedia it? I'll have to figure out how to do that. This is because many factors are at play during audio playback. Audio is mixed in chunks, not continuously, depending on the size of audio buffers used. Oh, I read that with weird tone. Audio is mixed in chunks, not continuously, depending on the audio size of audio buffers used. Check latency in project settings. The parentheses screw me up. Mixed chunks of audio are not played immediately. Graphics APIs play 2 or 3 frames late. When playing on TV, some delay may be added due to image processing. The most common way to reduce latency is to shrink the audio buffers, again by editing the latency setting in the project settings. The problem is that when latency is too small, sound mixing will require considerably more CPU. This increases the risk of skipping a crack in sound because a mix callback was lost. This is a common trade-off, so Godot ships with sensible defaults that should not need to be altered. The problem in the end is not this slight delay, but synchronizing graphics and audio for games that require it. Some helpers are available to obtain more precise playback timing. Using the system clock to sync. As mentioned before, if you call audiostreamplayer.play, sound will not begin immediately, but when the audio thread processes the next chunk. This delay can't be avoided, but it can be estimated by calling audio server get time to next mix. The output latency, what happens after the mix, can also be estimated by calling audio server get output latency. Luckily, from my initial reading of this is for like frame by frame timing in like a rhythm game, like they were saying, where, you know, even just like 20 milliseconds would kind of be catastrophic. 20 milliseconds of error can be catastrophic to the feeling of a rhythm game. People, when you or give someone a rhythm, and you're usually demanding something that's pretty precise timing wise. My kind of audio implementation that I'm going to be doing is not nearly to the extent of that level of timing. It's going to be more of like a layered soundtrack sort of system rather than like a beat by beat rhythm game sort of system. So that's not something that I'm going to need to worry about now. I'm going to read it so that I still know it, but I'm not going to obviously need to utilize that knowledge right now for the sound implementation that I'm doing. Let me really quick post that. Boom. Cool. Where was I? Add these two, and it's possible to guess almost exactly when sound or music will begin playing in the speakers during process. So here is time delay. Audio server get time to next mix and audio server get output latency. They're just adding that and then just throwing it into a time delay variable. I'm wondering what time begin, time get ticks milliseconds. That U is like acting as milliseconds. And then player.play. So now it looks like in the process function here, they're creating variable time, and that time is how many ticks you got minus time begin. Oh, wait, because this was basically saved. This amount of data for ready. It's like how many times when ready is called, how many ticks how many milliseconds did it take for the thing to start? And then subtract that out from the amount of ticks that we're actually hitting on process. So this is going to change every frame. Obviously divided by, oh, it's not milliseconds. Sorry, that's new seconds. What is that? What is that? Nanoseconds? No, nanoseconds is extremely small. Millionths of a second. So not milliseconds, because it's thousandths of a second. What would be a millionth of a second called? Picoseconds? No, that's even smaller than nano. Maybe it is nano. Maybe nano is a millionth of something. It's been a long time since I remembered units. We got ads. Time equals time minus the time delay, so we're just subtracting out the time delay. May be below 0 if time, so then time equals like within this range, whichever's greater. Print time is, I could just run this in a script and we could kind of see that, but that's not really what we really need. In the long run, as the sound hardware clock is never exactly in sync with the system clock, the timing information will slowly drift away. For a rhythm game where a song begins and ends after a few minutes, this approach is fine, and it's the recommended approach. For a game where playback can last a much longer time, the game will eventually go out of sync and a different approach is needed. I could imagine an application of, like, you're wondering like who's playing rhythm games where the song lasts so long that you start desyncing between the hardware clock and the system clock. But if you've ever seen people do those meme songs in like Beat Saber or something like that, or like in what's Guitar Hero, the community one, Clone Hero, where it's like the entirety of the Shrek movie in Beat Saber, that's like a full feature film length. So that's like a couple hours. So if you're trying to keep audio in sync for that long, this obviously wouldn't be the right way to do it. Using the sound hardware clock to sync. Using audio stream player get playback position to obtain the current position for the song sounds ideal, but it's not that useful as is. This value will increment in chunks every time the audio callback mixes a block of sound. Every time the audio callback mixed a block of sound. That's it's another sort of grammatical thing. So many calls can return the same value. Added to this, the value will be out of sync with the speakers too, because of the previously mentioned reasons. I think all of this stuff with like system time. To compensate for chunked output, there's a function that can help. Audio server get time since last mix. Adding the return value from this function to get playback position increases precision. Okay. That's interesting. This is still beyond, this is way overkill comparing to what I need. Is there just like a dynamic audio streams? I'll keep on reading. I mean, we might as well just keep learning. Okay. Adding the return, blah, 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 blah. So this is what they are saying to do. It increases precision. To increase precision, subtract the latency information, how much it takes, how much time it takes for the audio to be heard after it was mixed. And then there's another example here. Again, the result may be a bit jittery due to how multiple threads work. Just check that the value is not less than in the previous frame. Discard it if so. This is also a less precise approach than the one before, but it will work for songs of any length or synchronizing anything. Sound effects is an example to music. Here's the same code as before using this approach. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. There's also like ways to record with the microphone. There's like a little demo here. That's pretty cool. It's a single player game. There's no sound like that. Text to speech would be pretty cool. But let's look at audio streams. I wonder how outdated this is. What this is showing. As you might have already read in Audio Bus, a sound is sent to each bus via an audio stream player node. There are different kinds of audio stream players. I mean, I've kind of like intuited some of this. It's this stuff is fine. But now I want to look at the documentation actually for being able to use some of that layered audio things. There's a way to import, and it talks about the import dialog. Mentions like try to include your BPM, right? And try and include how many beats, number of beats. You can see that in this picture below. All this talking is making my mouth very dry. I apologize. The set of options, blah, blah, blah. So let's look at this dialogue. We're going to skip down to past edit loop mode into the BPM, the beats per minute of the audio track. This should match the BPM measure that was used to compose the track. This is only relevant for music that wishes to make use of interactive music functionality, not sound effects, right? For a more convenient editor for BPM is provided in the advanced import settings dialog, as it lets you preview changes without having to re-import the audio. Okay, so we'll take a look at that as well. Beat count of the audio track. This is only relevant for interactive music, not sound effects. Advanced import settings. I wish they talked about this more, but maybe you'll find them in the advanced import settings, or is this general? Advanced import settings. Perfect. Cool. This is really cool. I should take a look at that just in the editor. So if I like go to the import tab for this resource here and I go to advanced, now we get to see a much more detailed dialogue, right? And I guess we're counting the number of beats here or the number of bars. Can I zoom in on this actually? Where's my keyboard? Is there a way to zoom in on this? So if I play, can I just play this? I mean, it's 0 initialized, so that's interesting. And then you can reset it. I mean, so what has me slightly confused is it's asking for a beat count. Is that the total number of beats? Because it seems that they've already counted it for me. It says 175. Right? So what's going on there? Like, why are they asking for a beat count? Unless they're talking about per measure. Oh, so that's setting like the loop point. If I do 175, it's gonna be this whole thing. Oh, it's gonna not do the whole thing. It's gonna be 176, actually. Then you can set an offset in case there's a head or a tail on it. Okay, so, I mean, let's read more about why we would want something like this. This beat counting function. Seems like a little bit weird, the way that they're explaining it. Let me go back to, yeah. This dialog allows you to edit the audio loop point with a real-time preview in addition to the beats per minute, beat count, and bar beats. These 3 settings are currently unused, but they will be used in the future for interactive music support, which allows smoothly transitioning between different music tracks. So these features are here, but they don't do anything yet? Is that what that means? Unlike WAV files, OGG Vorbis and MP3 only supports a loop begin loop point or not a loop end point. Looping can also be only standard forward looping. That's an extra B in there. Not ping pong or backwards. Use appropriate quality settings. Unless you're slowing down the audio at runtime, there's no audible benefit to using a sample rate greater than 48 kilohertz. If you wish to keep a source with higher sample rate for editing, use the force max rate import option to limit the sample rate of the imported sound, only available for WAV files. Many sound effects can generally be converted to mono as opposed to stereo. If you wish to keep a source with stereo for editing, use the force mono import option to convert the imported sound to mono, only available for WAV files. Voices can generally be converted to mono, but can also have their sample rate reduced to 22 kilohertz without a noticeable loss in quality unless the voice is very high pitched. This is because most human voices never go past 11 kilohertz. Use real-time audio effects to reduce file size. Godot has an extensive bus system with built-in effects. This saves sound effects artists the need to add reverb to the sound, reducing their size greatly and ensuring correct trimming. Okay. I guess we could kind of play around with that. I don't know how good the built-in like reverbs and whatnot are, or if there's a plugin that might give us more sort of dynamicism, functionality, stuff like that. So these don't do anything right now. These three settings are currently unused. So what? Let's just Google Godot 4.3 dynamic music. What features are we talking about? Audio stream interactive. We must be talking about that. So if I go to, I don't know, audio stream interactive. Let's read about this one. This probably makes the most sense. An audio stream that can play back music interactively, combining clips and a transition table. Ah, this is probably what I'm looking for. Description. This is an audio system that can play back music interactively, combining clips and a transition table. Clips must be added first, and then the transition rules via the add transition function. Additionally, this stream exports a property parameter to control the playback via Audio Stream Player 2, or Audio Stream Player 3. The way this is used is by filling a number of clips, then configuring the transition table. From there, clips are selected for playback, and the music will slowly go from the current to the new one while still using the corresponding transition rule to define in the transition table. So then it's basically just like a reference to all of the methods I could use. Let's throw this in the project, but first we need some stems of music. So let's write some stems of music. Let's look at what did I use in the last synthesizer I created. I wonder if I could create a preset of this synthesizer and then have that carry over. So I have a synthesizer that I use in the main theme here, right? This is what it sounds like. Right, so Ashen Light, but I want to create a new preset. Is there a way to turn this into a new preset, actually? Save preset as. Let's call this the also it needs to be saved somewhere. I guess we could save it in the same place as the project. So let's go here, FL Studio, projects, layer by layer. Can I make a new folder? I'll just put it here in the layer by layer, just folder. Citrus, layer by layer. I'll do this without caps because it's kind of a pain. Yeah, let's save that. Let's go back to our new project. Can I reload that preset here if I open up Citrus? And I, like, is that going to show up as one of the ones I made here? Or is that a, is there like an extra that I made? Okay, so now let's Browse presets. Did that window just explode? Browse presets. That's a dialog that I just can't access. Browse parameters. What happened? There's gotta be... Alright, well, we're gonna go learn. FL Studio, save and load presets. That's a mixer preset. Let's talk about a synth preset. Saving and loading a synth preset can be done through the plugin. To save it, just click on the preset menu available. The plugin save preset option. Specify a name for the preset. And select the save location. For loading a preset, you can navigate to the preset browser or menu within the plugin interface and select the desired preset to load. I don't think so. There's no load here specifically because this is like the kind of constructed list. Can I type in you? That's not right. No, you. That's what the synth just said. Should I just drag and drop the file into it? Let's just do that. Let's just find you here. And let me just drag and drop you in. That worked. I can't believe that worked. It was just that easy. We're just that good. I don't know why it still says you here. It shouldn't. Right. So that's where we be. Swipe away these notifications. I probably shouldn't even have my phone on me when I stream. I mean, I gotta respond to emergencies and stuff, so I'll keep my phone on. Let's see here. Let's just do something to test out this. So let's export a handful of stems. And let's just create a couple. So there's going to be one to, I'm going to do like stem 1. And then, is there a hotkey to just create a new stem, a new pattern? Stem 2. Stem 3. And stem 4. Cool. Stem 1. Let's do something very simple here. What's this tempo sound like? Let's go to something a little bit more. Maybe there's a happy medium there somewhere. Let's go to the piano roll. I'll just hit record. I'll just start noodling around. Let's record it. Close enough, right? And then let's throw some quantizing on that. This guy needs a little bit of cleanup here. Yeah, it's like stem 1. Stem 2. Let's record something for you. This is obviously building on that A major that we have for the main theme. It's just like a kind of easy target here. Let's go up an octave for this. Yeah, something like that. That was so bad. I didn't do a good job of controlling those at all. Let's try it one more time. Oh, I hit. That's where quantization is. I'm accidentally. When I press backspace, it's like quantizing to the bar. But it probably shouldn't. It should honestly quantize to like the half beat. Auto quantize. Let's see it. Then auto quantize. So now if we go over here. Sounds like a heartbeat. This is like really anxiety driven. Let's go up even higher. Where was I here? I was here. Something like that. Cool. This is step 3. Yeah. Let's drag those bad boys on. Where's... Oops. You need to be fixed. Stem 3 lives here, so... one of those is not hanging out for long enough. One of you. There you go. I think there should just be a 16-note rest in between all those. Let's just do this for the sake of uniformity. Let's save this project as interactive sketch. Yeah. And let's save it. Stem 4. Some sparklies at the top. What if we did something like really like I don't think that's gonna play well with the other chords. What do we have in these chords? So we have what if I start playing with the ranges? I want something like that. But I want to die out. Yeah, let's do something like that. This is not going to be quantized, because I'm trying to actually intentionally strum these. There's a way to do that. Strum. There's a strum thing here. Strum. Okay, and then I strum the beginning. Strum. Something like this? No? This isn't, you know what? It's probably because these are all, because I already kind of strummed them naturally. So if I quantize them and I brought these all onto the same parts, I could also just kind of cut these so that they're all the same. That's funny that it didn't even pick up on that first one. Then I delete. Now, if I do this, I should be able to strum the beginning. Ah, it's just really extreme. I wonder how much I could kind of mess with these. Oopsies, I forgot to hit accept. Where do I go? Alt, S. Let's bring that back. I'm going to end some of these selectively pretty fast. It's like a half strum. Let's keep the power chord in there. I'll get a better idea of this. Let's cut them off all at the same time. So now let's see how this fits with all of these. Those are just too low, and it's very muddy. So let's bring you up. Let's bring you guys out. Yeah, now... First of all, I want those to have a little bit of fade out, but I don't think I could do that. Unless I clone this synth, I cut all of this, put you on this, because you're technically now a new synth. You're technically gonna have a fade out now, so let me go to envelope. And turn this into a pluck. Which operator is actually on? Operator 2. That to be... I should turn all these into plucks. Any operator that's on, you're plucked. 6 on? Yeah. That plucking is in... maybe some of those shouldn't be plucked. You need to be plucked. No sustain. Which one of y'all is doing the... So it is operating for it. So this isn't working the way that I kind of envisioned it working. Oops. Why isn't this coming back out? Is it because this is just broken now? Oh, there you go. I found you. Here, this is a hack. Sure. All right, so now we need to export these individual stems. So pattern 1. I guess I could just solo these. Yep. And then we could arm this. Just recording render arm tracks to WAV files. And auto unarm. I wonder if these should be done as WAV files, because those are going to be huge for no reason, or if I could just export them like this. Export as OGG. So let's go here. Which folder does this take place in? I'm pretty sure this is just the project folder. So let me just export these by stem1. Right. They said nothing above 24-bit really matters. I'm just going to keep this all the same for now. That should take a second. Now we go to this one. Export as stem2. Now we go to this one. Export this as stem3, and so on and so forth. Right, stem4. Is it supposed to be red? What's going on there? Oh, okay. Steam4, stem4. So we have our stems. Let's now put them in the game and see if we could do stuff with that. So Godot has become unresponsive because this window's up. So I'm going to close that because I don't need to. Okay. So let's do interactive. I guess I keep on using caps, but when I'm going to have to go in these file paths in script, it's going to be dumb. Sketch that folder. Cannot create folder. It always does that the first time. Why not? Why are you doing this, Godot? Do I need to refresh? There. I just had to refresh the folder for some reason. Okay, let's grab the files. Interactive sketch. Let's grab these and drop them in. Cool. Let's go into the generic printer scene. Oops, let's close all these. Generic printer scene or printer level in 3D. And now let's go into the scene tree and really quick add an interactive, what is it, audio? Audio stream, there's an interactive version, isn't there? Is it part of 3D? Let's go back to the documentation and read what we were reading. Oops. Audio stream interactive. So this is in the stable documentation, so it should exist. Audio stream interactive. It doesn't exist. So what happened? Suspicious. It exists here. So let me cancel and go back to the docs. Oops, oops. Just not knock over the mandola. Yeah, okay. Audio stream that can play back music interactively. So where does it exist? I think this is like one of those where you want to see a YouTube video of it. Let's take a look. Godot audio stream interactive. Interactive music types. Yeah, let's take a look at this by
Godot now has 3 new types of
Octodemy.
interactive audio streams, and with them, it's easier than ever to customize how your music is played, managing your music transitions, and even make some semi-procedural songs.
Yeah, that looks dope.
So,
where is it?
Let's take a look at them. To start, let's add a new audio stream player to our scene. And click on stream to create our new audio type.
Oh, it's like a
The
resource.
first type is audio stream playlist. It lets you add several songs to a list and play them in order or at random. You can even adjust how much crossfade happens when switching songs. Right now, it is still missing some simple features like the ability to manually change its music. But the other type of stream is a bit more interesting. The audio stream synchronized lets you sync several audio clips together, so they always play with the same time. Using this, you can make procedural songs by separating your music
Yes, this is
into
exactly
different
what I
instrument
want.
tracks, and use a simple code to toggle the volume of each instrument on and off. Some games like to use this to add subtle changes to the music from player actions. One such example is Pokemon Black and White, that uses something like this to play a quiet drum when the player walks in Route 1, and it is always synced to the music. To use this, create a new audio stream synchronized and add tracks to it.
I think this is exactly what we're looking for.
And see how each of the tracks play along at the same time. You can control their volume and see how it changes your music. That way, you can use code to change the clip volumes to toggle them on and off. Here I use signals for when the player presses a key near the potions to switch each of the tracks. The last and more complex one is Audio Stream Interactive. It lets you fully customize your audio transitions, when and how your song will change. You can start playing an intro part of the song before it starts looping, manually change to another song, or even make it go back to a previously saved song automatically. There are a lot of use cases for this.
That's super dope. That's really powerful.
Audio Stream Interactive. Press Add Clip to add a new audio clip, and let's drag in our intro music. You can also change its name here. This will be the name used when manually requesting to change clips later. Let's also add our looping part of the music and call it Loop. The battle intro and the battle loop music.
Add start in a minute.
Audio. You can turn on Auto Advance to automatically trigger the music to change after the clip has ended, making the intro go to the loop music, and the battle intro go to the looping battle music clip.
Okay, I probably won't need audio stream interactive then.
It plays the intro music.
Okay, cool. Let's get to the game. Oh, the game's over here. And let's add a audio stream player because we don't need positional audio. This is going to be a synchronized audio stream. And then we're going to add our stems into here, right? So let's go back to our stem 1. Can I just drag like the rest of these like this? Oh, that would have been cool. So now if we play, we could hear our music. You could even pitch it up and down. Oh, that's so low. That'll be fun. So there's obviously a way to make it so they'll always be playing. But the key is for us to... Oh, do I need to make sure that these are looping? Oopsies. Import loop is on. Okay, let's hear that. Now all of them should be looped. What is the tempo of this? These are all 130. Let's double check. It's 130, right? Yep, 130. And then as the player builds more, that fades in. And that's this. I want that to be 0. Cool. So that's kind of going to be our system. We're going to have to manipulate that with some code. I guess by default, it should always be that only the first stem is playing. So let's save that as it is. Let's go back here. We do need now... It's probably going to be based off of the scorer script, which is a C# script. So that's going to be very fun because I'm really bad at C#. I also want to import a plugin that gives me back Vim motions, but I'm tired of editing with an external editor. Godot just fights me on that. So there is probably a filament counter in one of these scorer scripts, I would guess. Let's take a look at what we can kind of see. Fraction of full. Clamp. So we could grab one of these. Is there a way that I could send this over to another script? Kind of inherit some of these variables, or kind of read these variables here. Or I guess I could send a signal to the audio stream player. Are there signals in here? Signal. Auto submitted event handler. So I don't actually know why this signal is listed below like that. That's a weird formatting thing. Does it break if I put it here to match the rest of the style? Let's take a look. That'd be really funny if that just throws the most wild out-of-pocket error. Well, at least you know that the music is auto-playing. Is that... Oh, it's not assigned to the music bus, so that's fun. That's a quick change here. They're going to be tied to the music bus. Playback type. Oh, I guess we could read about that here. Force the playback to be considered a stream. Huh. Only currently supported on the web platform. That's an interesting thing to have there. Stream paused. This is a way to pause it in code. Pitch, yeah. So I think the best way to do this is to make a script for interactive audio, one that I could use kind of all around, and it's more or less going to receive signals and fade in some of these audio streams. So let's create a new script. Let's put it in the scripts folder. Scripts. It's probably a util script. Printer sim and printer scorer. But I'll make a new folder here for audio specific scripts. If it might be something that will happen quite a bit. So let's do interactive music. Right? I will just do that just right now as our sort of example. And that way I could just send over the signals from the C# script over to this GD script. It'll be easy to grab whatever value is like our sort of score, and then once it reaches some sort of threshold, we can send a signal over. There's got to be checks here, like accuracy, progress. So there's a bunch of things that are measuring the progress. So on dialogic signal, that's dialogic. Continue button. Reset after process. This looks like the process function. I hardly look at the C# sides of this code base. That's Casey's domain primarily. Maybe I could hit him up and ask him if he wants to help me out with this. But let's look at making a signal. Wait, where are my square brackets? Let's see. I don't have to worry about stream 1 or stem 1. I only have to worry about stem 2 through 4. So I'm going to do this kind of more of a brute force way. Fade in stem 2. And I will kind of grab this. How do I copy a line and paste a line? I guess I could just do this. Right, for 2, and then this one will be 3, and then this one will be 4. Right, it's like saying, hey, why are you giving me all these signals and they don't do anything? That's probably here. Oh, it's so mad. It's grabbing from printerscore.cs there. Scene resources, invalid UID using text path instead. Okay, that's actually not related. These errors just came up because they just came up. I guess assets didn't get the hint that UIDs needed to be generated. Right, so let's go back to this script. I think we're actually doing all well here. I think if I build, it should grab those. Fade in stem Must end with event handler. Let me look at the documentation for signals in C# now. I think that tutorial was really nice and short and shows us what's going on here. Apparently the interactive audio thing is a big helpful tool that we'll use at some point. I like this video from Octodemy. So yeah, that's pretty darn cool. We'll refer to that probably a bunch during the course of making this game. Now we need to look at Godot signals, how to handle them in C# because we need to make sure that this node here can send signals to this node here. Scorer needs to send signals to audio stream player, and they need to be, I guess, custom signals that aren't just properties in Node 3D. So here's auto submitted. I guess, are they asking for me to quite literally just put the words event handler after this? Is that all they wanted? And then it'll show up in this custom signals list? Yes, that was it. That was it. So now let's connect this to audio stream player. And let's call this, it doesn't have to be from OnScore. I'm just going to call it fade in stem 2. Boom, now you have that. Let's bring it back here, connect fade in stem 3, and let's make sure this is actually going to audio stream player. Fade in stem 3, connect fade in stem 4. Oops, keep on forgetting to actually connect that to the right node. Fade in stem 4. Oh, I'm getting a text. I might have to do some IT. Sorry, I just got to respond to this text before any changes are made to our server that are unnecessary. All right, so now, first of all, we have to call these signals in printer scorer when certain thresholds are met. I'm guessing we could do that in the process if there's not a physics process on process. There are some other things here. Well, let's take a look at this process. And let's just put you away. Recording time, determine scores. There's kind of a, there's the call to dialogic. I guess, is there a place that sets scores? Or is this like kind of the wrong place to create these? It's like fraction of full. Set progress bar, set visible, set goal mesh. This might not be the right, this is getting the score, but it's, I don't think this is actually the thing that's counting. Which script would be doing that? It's definitely a C# script. Scene loader, rope settings. How many score scene, printer scores, printer scorer. These are very similar sounding scripts. Is this one being used anywhere? Where are you attached? Okay, so this does not that's just not being used. So I think I'm in the right place. Let me see, where does this actually show up? This is the only place the signal doesn't actually get emitted. Hmm. Called by printer scorer, auto submit sufficient accuracy, goal current settings, min fraction of max accuracy threshold to submit. So show only a portion of the bar up to full out fraction. Progress bar for accuracy. I guess we could take that. Um, let's see. Continue button, not worry about that. That's the reset. Determine scores. So set progress bar. There's no actual progress bar, I don't think. Wow, this script gets very long. Oh, here's an emit signal call. Signal name auto submitted. But is that what we actually see in the where is it? Score auto submitted. Yeah, okay. That's why I couldn't find the event handler tag. I don't know why they ask you to name it like that. It must be a weird C# related thing. So now we could see like kind of the emit signal in script. Let's go back to big screen mode. Can I make you small? So I don't need to, I actually don't even need all of these things here. Oh, when I full screen, I ended up somewhere else. So in the process, this obviously is saying to submit if there's sufficient accuracy. Maybe I could look at the properties of this and see that I'm looking just for a number. I'm looking for the value of how much, I guess, like fraction of max accuracy. Oh, there's just a scores value. Determine scores. But I don't want to do scores over time because technically, well, you could make the stems go away accidentally when time starts taking you take too long on the print. I guess time is mainly just a bonus right now. So there's some sort of scores being determined with time as one of the sort of things that could change that. What's the way that I could current settings price these all okay, let's take a look from these variables. Score text, continue buttons, ignore those. We're looking for floats. Double time, printer scores, scores. Where do we find that? So if I control F scores, scores. I mean, I guess I should probably, before I do this related to score and all this crazy dynamic stuff, let me back out of this. Let me just go here. I'm going to straight up make debug code, I guess. I mean, I could kind of borrow from what they're doing here. I wonder if the GD script has like a debug flag. Is that here? Now that he actually made that? Deploy with remote debug. Customize run instances. Let's learn. Let's learn. I haven't gone really heavily into the coding side of Godot in a long time. Godot GD script debug flag for sections of code. That'd be cool. Breakpoints, not worried about that. Trying to find ways to add flags in script. Go debug. I guess for now I'll just make sure to comment it out later because this looks pretty complicated. This is crazy. That's a cool plugin. Wow. We learned something new today. But for now, here's what I'm going to do. In Audio Stream Player, I'm going to go into the script. I'm going to, first of all, give these the functions, right? So, let's see here. This is going to be a sort of one-shot, but how do I... this will be like a lerp of... How do I grab this property? Copy value and paste value. Oops. Copy value, paste value. Or it would be this value. Copy value, paste. How in script can I access this? Stream stream1.volume or slash volume. Lerp from 0 to, or -60 to 0. I forget how to do anything in code. I haven't programmed in such a long time. Linear interpolation. Interpolate. Yeah. There's a lerp. Lerp. Ah, is that really the way to do it? Transform interpolation. This is going to be done in an update loop. So maybe this can't be done in the signal since it's literally just going to be called once. How do I access streams? Stream dot team 1. Okay, that's more documentation time. Godot audio stream player. Take a look at this. Also, can I actually have you running side by side with Godot? Is Godot maximized right now? That way I could just see you all like this. Let's get you so I could just see more of the script here. Audio streams. Stream. Yes, but what about when I have multiple streams? What's this one called? Synchronized stream? Audio stream synchronized. So let's take a look at that. Godot audio stream synchronized. Here's the documentation. Let's look at this. Set sync stream. Oops, set underscore sync underscore stream underscore volume. And then it's going to be the 1, since it's the second one. And then volume 0.0. Do I need to somehow call stream? That one? So that will fade that one in. 2, 4, 3. And then I guess I will have to add some inputs here. Can I add like testing inputs? Do we use the number keys at all? Because I could just bind these to the number keys. So add new action, test, stream, stem 2, test stem 3, test stem 4. So now if I look for test, I'll make this one 1. Make this one 2. Make this one 3. Close. Physics process if input.action just pressed equals test stem 2, then fade in stem 2. I'll just do that 3 times. Oops. Yep. Then this will also be fade in stem 3. And 4. So now if I run this scene, right, I could just run this scene and I should be able to hear the music. It should just be the first stem. If I press the 1 key, it'll... That's why I want those to fade in. So now we know that works. But how do I fade these in, actually? Can I actually... Would that work? I don't think that'll work. I think this will break. I guess this, I could just look this up and just learn before I just guess. Godot fade in audio stream. Use a tween node. Do I really want to put in a tween node? That seems a bit kind of, I don't know, not graceful. Doesn't look like a graceful solution. What's the hotkey for this? Control Shift F11. Okay. I'll remember that. Because they don't need the scene tree here. We're reading, we're learning. I guess we're adding a tween. Could that just be a child of this? Can I add a tween? I guess I gotta look at the document. I don't really use those. Go tween. Tweens are mostly used for animations, requiring interpolation, blah, blah, blah. I guess I could just create it in script, and then that'll kind of not make the project seem messy. So what if I did bar tween equals get tree dot create tween dot tween property is stream it's like okay, tween property stream dot set underscore sync underscore stream underscore volume. Let's make this a bit wider. So that's the Can I set that? Signals. We're going back. Okay. We're looking for audio streams synchronized, not interactive. Do I still have that? This is early dots. We're beyond that. We're beyond signals. So audio stream sync. Here's the page. Set sync stream volume. Is there a way to just access this? The stream itself? Is this gonna work? So now I need to take a look at the tween. Is there a reference? Tween property. Where is it? Tween property. So is there like a script reference to this that tells me what these are? So let's have like a nice amount of talking about it. So this is the object, but just stream. Oh. Argument 2 should be node path, but is float. Hold on. Give me the errors that are relevant to me. That's not the relevant errors. Show me. Yeah. I understand that this is broke. But how so? It was giving me an error for this before. I mean, I could delete this line right now because we're not going to LRP. I want to look this up in documentation. Tween property creates and appends a property tweener. This method tweens a property of an object between an initial value and a final value. So I need the object. And then its property. The problem is I can't get properties of like this like arrayed thing. So if I go back to the actual audio stream player, its properties lie within stream. And then from stream, so maybe I should go back into this script. The first thing is where did tween property go? Tween property. We need the object. The object is self. The property is stream. And then I can't just access this property path. Access property path of like resource, right? Of synced audio stream. So let's go back to here. Where are my tabs? Where are my tabs at? Come on. You've got this. Good-o. Access property path of audio stream synchronized. It does not directly expose a property path for its streams. Instead, you can access and manipulate the streams by using methods such as getSyncStream and setSyncStream. These methods allow you to retrieve and set synchronized streams, but they do not provide a direct property path. So I can't tweak those values over time? I guess there's a workaround that I could think of. So let's go back to the engine. I think I've got to rework this. Because I don't think I could tween a property of something that I can't get the property path. That makes things a bit rough. Right? Like this is kind of leading to a dead end of sorts. Internal property. I wish I could just dot into this. So I wish I could go dot stream 1 dot volume. I wish I could do that. But I don't think I can. So this is stream. This is gonna be stream underscore 1. Would this work? Is this a hack? Let's try it. This might just fail. Yep. So I wish it would save the output there. Let me actually just pause it and then look at it. Yeah, pause you. And then minimize you really quick. Invalid access to property or key stream 1 on a base object audio stream synchronized. So it just won't let me. It won't let me grab it. I don't see why that limitation has to exist. That seems weird, but I could copy this and someone's probably tried to do the same thing. So let's look at this. Let's go to the other, yeah, this one right here. Because that's like my stream monitoring stuff. Okay, that's not, the AI is not helping me here. This is a much simpler error trying to be solved here. Not related to trying access properties in audio streams. Go access property in resource. Can I actually, is this going to be really awkward if I actually use stream dot get, what would it be, stream volume 1. Is that what it is? So if I go into here, will that let me actually access that? Invalid call, get, oh, maybe I just typed that wrong. Where's my, yeah, why are you acting like that? Get sync stream volume, sorry. Get sync stream volume, or get sync stream volume, here we go. Underscore sync. This should technically get that property. I don't know if it could set it. So now it says, oh, can you minimize? Cannot, invalid type in function tween property. Cannot convert argument 2 from float to node path. Can I just tween? Let's go to YouTube. Let's have someone who's smarter than me explain this to me, because there might be another way to do this. I'm gonna try and tween. Let's see. Godot fade in audio stream. Let's just look at the basics of this. They talked
Godot now
about
has 3 new
fading,
types of interactive audio streams, and with them,
but I don't think he actually faded
using
them.
this, you can make procedural songs by separating your music into different instrument tracks, and use a simple code to toggle the volume of each instrument on and off.
So that's toggling.
Some games like to use this to add subtle changes to the music from
But I just
player
want to fade
actions.
it.
One such example is Pokemon Black and White, that uses something like this to play a quiet drum when the player walks in Route 1, and it is always synced to the music. To use this, create a new audio string synchronized and add tracks to it. You can start the player and see how each of the tracks play along at the same time. You can control their volume and see how it changes your music. That way, you can use code to change the clip volumes to toggle them on and off.
I'm gonna look for a more basic crossfading, background music, create fade in and out transitions. That's visual. This is a YouTube short. Let's take a look up here.
Hello and welcome. So if you are like me, you probably use background
these
music in
chapters.
your video games, and as
Bro.
well you should. It's very helpful.
I just want to get to the point with the code.
So, should be easy enough. I know that the audio stream player has a volume decibels thing, so I'm going to say that's -60. Okay, so that's super quiet. I think default is 0, I think it should be. So -60 is pretty much inaudible. Now what I want to do, I need some way to consistently be increasing this volume. So that's going to happen in process, of course. And I'm going to have this fading keyword up here. So set it to false at first because nothing's happening. And I'm just going to say if fading, because I know exactly how this is going to fade. I just need to do that. And let's say I want it to happen, you know, this will be 1 per second, 1 decibel per second. I need that to happen in a timely fashion, so I'm going to say that's going to fade in over the course of a second. Okay, and I can alter that if I want to. If I put 30, it would be 30 decibels a second, and it would take 2 seconds. So you see how it works.
That's the kind of other way I was thinking about doing this. It's just to kind of add it over time. I don't know if this will probably do for now. It's not ideal, but it'll do for now. And that's sometimes what happens in game development. You kind of do things that'll do for now. Figure out how to make them robust at some point. So let's just add some var fade in stem 2 bool equals false. And then let's take a look at this. Is there not a way to just select line? Toggle comment, select all, duplicate lines, Control Alt down, I guess is a good shortcut to do. Control Alt down, Control Alt down. In stem 2, 3, 4. So now what we can do is we could get rid of these. Oh, actually, no, we need those. Let's just do this in the same process. So now we just change this to fade in stem 2 equals true. And then just copy that. This is kind of hacky. If fade in stem 2, then we will kind of do what that guy in the tutorial was doing and just add, let's see, we will access those streams. Oh my gosh, this is like something I haven't really thought of. We will set the sync stream volume. So this will be stream dot set sync stream volume for 1. And then we could just do the function in here, get sync stream volume of 2 or 1 plus one. Wait. I guess we're fading. We already know it's going to be -60. It's guaranteed to be -60, which is what this guy is kind of working off the assumption. Plus equals 60 times delta. Isn't that going to keep on adding forever?
I basically want to say once it gets to 0 decibels, just make this thing stop fading, and change the actual audio stream player, this one, over to this song at this point. So I can do that quite easily. Okay, so there we go. I'm just resetting the volume right down. I'm also just going to tell it to stop entirely. But before I do that, I need some information from this.
I'm gonna start deviating away. Will this work? This will be kind of janky. I think it'll work though. There you go. Yeah, that was a proper fade in. Do that for the rest now. I'm pretty sure. For these, I want to print. There's a debug print, right? Print debug. That's not going to be a string. Stream dot get sync stream volume of 1. I guess there will be a string here. Stem to volume, something like that. Now it'll print in console, so we can see it changing over time. Yeah. Cool. We do that 2 more times. This whole block out here. Oops. Three, 4. This all needs to be changed to 2. This needs to be changed to 3. Wait, this is still 2. This needs to be changed to 3. 3, 3, 3, 3. This is stem 4. Right? So let's take care of this. We're going to fade in each one. We're going to look at the output. Here, we'll take a look at the output more. Fading in stem 2. Fading in stem 3. Oh, the input is incorrect. Hold on. 3, 4. It was calling the same one over and over again. All right, now it's working. Now it's going to work for real. Here we go. Fading in stem 2. Fading in stem 3. Fading in stem 4. Yeah. Okay, so this system, I mean, it's probably not the most efficient. But now I could kind of, now this is all the functionality here. I just don't need it to be activated on a per key basis. Like, that just doesn't need to be there. So let's see here. That's like as graceful a solutions. That's what's gonna happen. They're pretty smooth. I don't think we're getting any issues there. Yeah. What we need to do now is instead of what we just commented out was calling those signals just on key presses, we need to get those signals connected from the printer scorer script. So now we need to call those emit signal. So I'm kind of wondering where that would happen. And I could probably actually reach out to my programmer. So let me go and launch up Discord. This is gonna open on the wrong monitor. Okay, let's see. Let me see if he's available today. Let me check actually the sort of availability thing that we have here. For now, I'll put that over here. Or okay, should be available at this time. Is there? Can I check for like the whole month? because I definitely wrote this for the entirety of March. What even is it today? Today's the 13th. Oh, there you go. The arrows weren't popping up. So today is the 13th, Thursday. Casey just marked it as available most of the time. So I'll tag him really quick in a message at Casey. A second to talk about printer scoring. I'm doing some dynamic music and want it to trigger different layers of music based on how much progress the player is making in terms of scoring. He's not online on Discord, so it'll take a second. So there's still going to be a fair amount of figuring this stuff out on my own. If I get a reply, that'll be cool, and then that'll probably make things sort of simpler. Actually, not necessarily based on score per se, but more based on total filament extruded income. I'll leave that detail. If he'll see the message. So I'm just gonna hop in on Discord.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, I'm streaming right now, so just like a warning on that.
Okay.
So I could just share my screen with you, or you could check out the stream. I also found out that because of some presets, OBS was like pinning every CPU core to like its boost clock and causing a bunch of overheating that was not related to like the game or anything. Because yeah, OBS is just like my computer, the configuration. I think it's still probably pretty bad, but I think I made some changes maybe to reduce quality to make things a little bit better. Like my CPU's not at 95 degrees anymore, so that's a good start. And I've been streaming for a while on both YouTube and Twitch. But to get to the point, I'll share my screen here on Discord so you can just see it live per se. Actually, yeah. The stream would actually be the same quality, probably better bitrate wise. So you might be better off looking at it on stream.
Yeah.
So I could just show you what I've done so far on is that I've created this audio stream player in the generic printer level. And I guess when we're talking about scoring, the generic printer level doesn't necessarily receive scores, right? Because there's no goal mesh or anything. So in this script, for
sorry, I just started seeing your stream. Can you repeat what you said?
I've created this little script here. Well, I've created a node in audio, or what's it called, in the generic printer level. I've added an audio stream player, and then this basically just contains the layers of music, in this audio stream, and it plays them, keeps them in sync. And what I've gotten here is just a little script that lets me receive signals to fade in the like sort of higher layers of music. So I just created some input actions here that say, oh, fade in the second stem, fade in the third stem, fade in the fourth stem. And then here it's basically getting these volume parameters and just raising them up from -60, which is silence, up to 0. These signals, well, these functions are actually signals here. I could show you, I guess, on stream. You'll hear my voice twice, but you could hear the kind of
I have
dynamic
it
thing.
muted. Oh yeah, I can unmute the stream.
Yeah, I'll try and keep talking to a minimum. Or actually, I can mute on Discord for a second. Actually, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just get this done. So the music's playing. This is the base layer of music. This is stem 1 or audio stream 0, I guess. And I'll hit the 1 key. That'll fade in the next layer. And you can see it in the console output there. And then, you know, I can do that with all of the other layers. Right? Cool. You can mute the stream now. That's basically just the audio demonstration. I was going to basically consult with you on the best way, like where to actually connect these signals to call. Design wise, I was thinking that basically as the player kind of maybe tied to score, maybe just tied to how much filament they've extruded, starts fading in these tracks after some certain point of progress, right? In a given level.
Yeah.
I attached these in the scorer script. So printerscorer.cs right here. I haven't like found a place where these signals will actually be emitted. So I can just kind of like full screen this. You have a much better like understanding of where sort of like the scoring or like tracking the filament extrusion happens. There's probably a better place, or if this is kind of the place to emit, like to fade in the newer tracks, where do you think it would be?
I think this would be the place probably.
Guessing on process.
Well, so there's like an auto submit thing which somewhere around there it's probably calculating the score like every frame.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it calculates the score so it has this fraction of the maximum accuracy score. So yeah, I guess it just always calculates the score every frame.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, I guess what would be, this is like kind of design meets programming, kind of at odds with each other, is if we're doing things like penalizing the score or like lowering the score, there could technically be a scenario where the player meets a score threshold that fades in a track, and then they dip down below it and then come back up, so it'll trigger it again. Luckily, the way that I wrote this script is that it checks if that volume's already up. So that's why I get stream volume here. If it's less than 0, so if it's not turned up yet, that like if it's already turned up, then it just won't trigger it again. So I guess that's maybe not a concern, but I'm kind of wondering how the score is even interpreted, because I'm guessing the scores kind of end up being different per goal mesh. There's probably like a raw value and then there's like a percentage value, right?
Yeah, so if you want to see like how it changes as you're um sorry about the dogs in the
Yeah,
background
that's
if you
okay.
hear that. If you want to see how it changes over time, there's like a progress bar setting on the score, like the goal mesh settings, which
Okay.
you can show the progress bar.
I probably have to go into a level with a goal mesh though, right?
You can, well, yeah, you'll need to assign a goal mesh. You can just do that in the generic printer scene.
I could go to like level 1, right? That inherits generic printer scene anyway, so all this stuff will carry over.
Um,
And it has a
it's
goal
probably
mesh
going to be
already.
easier just to assign it in the generic printer level, so you don't have to like skip through all the dialogue and you can like change between um different goal meshes.
So I'm
Um,
guessing it's one of these right here. I'm guessing it's the
yeah,
empty
it's
one.
the initial goal mesh settings.
Uh,
And you can search for like the wire one or whichever.
it wouldn't be the mesh itself. It would be the T-res file,
Uh,
right?
yeah.
So let's do circle, goal mesh circle.tres. And then is that gonna just print to the console? or to the output, or do I need to like?
Also to show the scores and stuff, you can go to the setting like that. You might be able to edit it just directly from here actually if you click on the goal mesh that you assigned.
Log info for tuning.
So if you wanna, yeah, that stuff is kinda hard to use. I don't know, it's very messy output. But you can like show the progress bar to show the fraction of the score at least.
Okay. Yeah, let me just run it and then see it and see how that works out. I'll close this tab there.
And I think the login book for tuning that probably prints the fraction of the max accuracy score. I forget. So
The
this
price
mesh
bar.
doesn't. Sorry, what?
Oh, okay. It was just it seemed like it was traveling really slow, but it got a lot more full when
Yeah, it's the tuning right now, at least for that one, is kind of like that one. As far as the user is concerned, is just like a threshold. So
Oh, that's true. Let me try and put a different
and
goal mesh instead then
yeah,
actually. Here, let me close this one. Which one do you think actually is like kind of more, I guess,
probably the
informative? I don't know how else to say that.
uh probably the test one, honestly, because most of them don't have like a negative punishment aspect to them, except for the like bin one, which is
Yeah.
like that'll take a while to fill.
Okay. So this is the test one. Do really quick,
Yeah.
just drag this away from the camera. Oh, I didn't enable the progress bar. My bad. I'm guessing since I have basically 3 layers of music, and this is just like a sort of first like testing music just to get different tracks in. What I can do is basically make it so that each third of progress kind of is the threshold. I guess you don't want to wait till the thing is fully complete to play the last bit of music, especially for the bits that are auto submitted, because then you would never hear the last bit of music, huh?
Yeah.
Oops. So this progress bar is showing, it's also showing the penalties, right? And that's like kind of taking away from the potential total score you could get.
Yeah, so I think the red is like showing the maximum possible, and the punishment is, I think, still included in the green.
Oh, it's included in the green part of the bar as well?
Well, yeah, just because like the maximum it could get to is the red, but it's
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's probably going to be, for, I guess, the audio progress, a fair bit of margin. Like, you don't, like, I'm not going to withhold the music for people who only, like, get a perfect, per se, but just, like, a kind of general feeling of success. So, yeah, I guess whatever's filling up this progress bar is some sort of fraction. You said fraction of the, like, score, right? So if I go into here, and that's fraction of max accuracy score.
Which is pretty much the score except for, there's like bonuses for time and that sort of thing.
Yeah. So fraction of max accuracy score, that's being expressed as, what is it, of max accuracy? I'm guessing that's like a float from 0 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So I could basically maybe somewhere in process, maybe it could be its own function. Maybe it could just be appended at the end here, say, or at the top here. I'll just do it at the top here so it's easy for me to remember where to delete it.
You just need to do it after the scores dot determine scores call.
Oh, otherwise it would hit it on the next loop.
Yeah, or the next frame.
Yeah, the next.
Something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So if I said like if would it be scores dot fraction, oops, max accuracy score is equal to like since it's from 0 to 1, I guess I could take like the first third 0.33, something like this.
Well, it's never gonna be exactly equal to that. So you
Oh,
need
it'd
to like
be if it's
specify a
greater
range.
than or equal to. Oopsies. I haven't typed. Oh, this is C#, so I have to do it like this. Then I will emit signal name dot, what did I name that signal? Fade in step 2. Where'd my cursor go? I scrolled up so far. Okay. Oh. Let me find it.
If your cursor's still there, just like click the up key or something.
Nope, it went to my search. That's okay. I'll just find the on progress or on process. Here it is. Stem 2. I guess this is like the really hacky way to do it, to just like have 3 if statements here. But I mean, I guess I could see it in action.
Well, so would you want it to like gradually change the volume, or is it like just like
So
fade in suddenly, like when
yeah,
you
when it
cross the
reaches this
threshold?
threshold, it'll just fade in suddenly for now.
Okay.
Which is handled by the other script. So I guess I could do like, I don't know, 0.6, and then I could put like 0.75. It's probably actually a more gradual, since we're trying to aim for like 0.25, halfway done, passing grade, 0.75. This would technically work as
So
is,
just so it
right?
doesn't call like emit the signals for all of
Oops.
them, what you can do is just say like first if score is greater than 0.75, else if greater than 0.5, then else if like 0.25.
Oh, yeah. You think it, so I guess I could just do the elifs below. I'm trying to think of like C# syntax. Elif.
It's just else if.
Oh, is it else if
Yeah.
with a space?
Yep, with a space. Yeah.
Let's see, score is greater than. Is that even the right? Shouldn't it be?
Greater than is first.
Yeah,
Um,
equal to 0.5. I guess I could start copying and pasting stuff. Right. Yeah, let me just cut you. And then just put the else if right here. So that seems correct. Oops, these comparators are in the wrong order. Okay, I think, I mean, it actually didn't complain about it when building. I thought it would get mad. But let's just run this and see now.
and is anything connected to the signals already?
Yes, that's how I bound it to the input actions, is actually just called the signals as methods. So now let's see if I could get this up to a quarter. Oops, well that's not gonna help. Okay, yeah, so that worked. Let's see if I can get up to the halfway point. Let's keep on playing. Yep, okay, got up to the halfway point, and then it faded in the other bit. Let's see if I can get up to what would be a passing, like a C grade, 75%. And then maybe there could be like a bonus. You got like over 90%. I could just keep on adding more tracks, I guess. Oopsies. Let's see if I can even get to 75%. There you go. I just hit it.
Nice.
All right, that's some dynamic soundtrack. Obviously, the music needs to get better and needs to be longer than 2 seconds. But I just wanted to test out like kind of the functionality of that. Also, the fact that we no longer need, like, at least for this basic functionality, we don't need something like Fmod as an add-on to kind of do this more basic stuff. Maybe if our game gets to the point where the audio implementation needs to get really complex, then yeah, like probably start looking back into implementing some stuff in Fmod. But the fact that this was actually relatively painless, like not too much code being added in weird places, and yeah, it's like Godot 4.3 basically added in this node that lets you start all of the audio streams synchronized up front, which probably would have made our garbage collecting game super, like, a lot easier for you.
Yeah.
Because, well, I mean, it's still not perfect. There's still some like stream latency and stuff like that in terms of like the rhythm game like type precisions. But yeah, that's basically what I needed kind of help understanding. It's what's kind of weird, and maybe this is just because of I'm just not used to looking at C# code, is I definitely saw this variable like fraction of accuracy score. I knew it was like kind of along the right thread, but I was looking along here. I'm guessing that variable isn't created as like a kind of like a global one up here, right? It's actually done somewhere else.
I mean, it's in the scores object, which is a printer scores class instance.
Is that in this script somewhere?
So if you scroll down a little bit, there's you can see the underscore scores, the third from the last field.
Like right here, I see underscore scores is, or are you talking about like in the like
Well, it's on line 31 or 42, whichever.
line 31? Oh, right here at the very top. Okay.
Yeah.
Private printer scores, yeah. And
Yeah.
if I go into printers, if I were to find printer scores, I'm guessing it would contain.
Yeah.
Yeah. New printer scores. Oh, there's like a printer scores object. That's what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
And is that called from somewhere else?
Well, there's the scores dot like calculate scores.
Is it?
Which I mean, what I would do if I had this open is just like right click on scores and find references to it to find that bit.
Oh, like in like your IDE?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because something that good like GDScript doesn't very often do. I guess that's what signals are meant to kind of clarify is like when you want one script to talk to another, signals are kind of like that default mode of communication. Whereas like with C#, you're using like a lot more of like kind of like object oriented ways of doing that. If is that
Well,
kind of like
signals are like an observer pattern, which is kind of inverting the typical flow, or like something calls a different method. It's um I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain like um what like the observer pattern is or
Mhm.
but it's you know, it's very useful when you want to like make quick things quickly,
Yeah.
and like flexibly.
Yeah, I guess in C sharp you kind of have to pull on this thread, and yeah, like having like a full IDE would definitely help. Because you have things that are basically gathering data from other scripts like all the time, in ways that I guess this edit, like the script editor here, it's not supposed to be used for like C sharp scripting. They say that in the documentation. They're like, go get VS Code or something, like something that's a
Yeah,
little bit more
yeah.
better equipped, because like yeah, like this kind of thing. I guess what you could do is when you're doing this kind of thing in GDScript, you can right click and find all of the references everywhere else. Um, but for C sharp, you can't do that. So where is this like coming from? Printer scores. It's coming from another script,
Uh,
obviously, right?
it's yeah, another file. You can just search it in the file system, I guess.
Printer
And the
scores.
main reason printer scores exists is just because the printer score script was getting way too long, so I just split out some stuff to.
Yeah. So printer scores is a public class, and in the scorer, you're calling that you're basically creating an instance of this class called scores. Is that
Yep.
okay?
Yeah.
Was there anything you had to, I guess, did you have to export or import that somewhere?
It so the score script isn't a node. It's just like a like class which doesn't inherit anything. So it just like constructs it in the I think in the ready function.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so it does like scores equals new printer scores or something like that.
Yeah. That process is just it's just opaque to me, but that's probably because I'm not working in an IDE that would clarify that. But that seems like a lot
Yeah, I
of
mean
cognitive load.
navigating. Yeah, yeah, navigating around this stuff like it's so much easier if you can just right click on it and like go
Hmm.
to definition or whatever.
Yeah. Because that's
Um,
interesting. It seems like the process for like GDScript to do something like this requires a little bit more kind of like they don't let you they don't let you really write it in a way that you could get lost. You should always when you're trying to I don't even know if GDScript would natively do something like this, let you construct a class
um,
somewhere else
I
without
think you can.
inheriting it.
I mean, I think you can write classes in GDScript, but I mean, like, you know, like a lot of game engines have kind of like two programming languages. Like Unreal has like C++ and um like some sort of visual thing or something, I forget.
Yeah, those are the blueprints.
Yeah, so like the goals are kind of different with them. Like um like with like C sharp is kind of better for like systems where you need to like you know under like break down like things into like smaller pieces, whereas
Hmm.
like GDScript is like easier to like create like quick things like
Yeah.
you know like specific like events or that sort of thing. I guess it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to explain.
No, yeah, no, that makes sense. And I mean, I guess under the hood of all of this, Godot itself is like C++. Um, that's like how like
Yeah,
people write like GD extensions and whatnot, or if they need to just like change the source code of the engine entirely, then C++ is where you would do that. Also, where people do a lot of like kind of like making there's like Godot REST bindings and stuff like that. So that happens all deep under the hood with C++. Which I guess if we ever really needed something extremely low level and performant, we could try that, but I don't think we've run
I mean,
into that issue yet.
yeah, I've tried that and um It's a pain.
It's a pain because you have to compile the engine again, right? Like when you make changes like
Uh,
that.
it's not so much that. It's more that I don't really know C++, so I'd rather just do like C like calls, which just
Mm-hmm.
basically just to do like some math. Um, uh, um, isn't like supported as far as I can tell. I don't really know though, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, so actually, a long time ago when I was in high school, I had a computer programming class where we wrote like a game using like X and that's C sharp, right? And so it's just been a long time since then. Like, and frankly, I mean, I had a good teacher and stuff, but considering it was like a high school class and um, we didn't really have any kind of prep for like the some of more conceptual concepts of programming, it did end up kind of becoming a like copy what I'm writing sort of class, with some brief explanation, but not enough to where it really sank in. Uh, for me and like probably a majority of that class, some of those kids were idiots. Um, so
so, yeah.
yeah, it's just I'm just trying to like refresh myself, and that way I
Yeah.
could look
So
at your
is it
code.
kind of confusing using like a separate class for which?
Well, I understand it now because you made this class public, right? So that means it's
Yeah.
accessible for basically by other things. Like, if the printer scores class was created and it was private, I don't really it wouldn't be accessible by anything else, so it'd be kind of pointless. But that's kind of yeah, because I was just wondering how because when you think about I don't know if this is like the right term of like inheritance. You're not necessarily when you're creating this instance of scores, you're inheriting from the public printer scores class. Is that correct? In like
Well,
my
so you could have like multiple of those. You could have like an array of those objects, and each one would have, its own data. Like
hmm
what it has here is just a reference to the scores object.
this instance
Um,
of scores has a reference to the printer scores class, or
well, so the, that variable scores is just a reference to an object elsewhere, which you create with the constructor, like the new printer scores thing.
hmm
And then that contains an instance of that other class, so it has like those variables. Um,
the ones that are defined in the class, or
yeah, yeah.
okay.
So it's not really different from like communicating between two different nodes.
hmm
Um, it's just like referencing it a different way, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I guess like from the brief hobby C++ stuff, references are like tied to like pointers and stuff. Is that the same thing in C sharp?
Pointers are a bit different, but um, they kind of just like accomplish the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, pointers are like literally memory like locations in memory, whereas references are a bit different, but they're pretty similar.
Yeah. Yeah, because I just know like the meme of like referencing a null pointer in C++, like and stuff like that. Uh, so okay, I think I have a little bit more understanding. I'll probably just like be doing a little bit of kind of more C sharp learning, just so like I mean I could always bounce questions off you and stuff like that. But if there was ever a time where I needed to work on something, um, and you were unavailable, it would be good for me to kind of get my head around the C sharp stuff. I mean, I'm still obviously also just learning the GD script stuff as well, but that's a lot
Yeah,
easier
I
to
mean,
digest. And obviously, Godot's documentation does a really good job of filling in blanks when I have them.
yeah, I mean, to be honest, navigating this stuff without um an IDE or like, being able to good definition or find references like that.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second.
It's
I'm
just gonna
getting
be
a
really
phone
hard.
call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Let's see. All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. um. Yeah, you were mentioning how, like, especially the C sharp side of things, using a fully fledged IDE will probably make that whole process just a lot more intuitive.
Yeah, I mean, like Visual Studio Code or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Would make it easier.
Yeah, I've been on the train of I'm kind of like, I mean, you see me using like NeoVim and like terminal based like text editors. I mean, just now I was using the just inbuilt Godot text editor um for the most part because of that weird external editor bug where if the game halts from an error to show you like the debug like the error message, it opens the script up in the internal script editor, and then that like overwrites your saved changes, right? I don't know if you ran into that bug, but you've definitely
Yeah,
seen me run into that bug.
I haven't had that happen in C Sharp, only GD script.
Mm-hmm. um yeah, there's probably a way to configure external editor settings to have it not do that. um
Yeah, I mean it doesn't happen too often, even with GD
mhm.
script, for me, but
Yeah, it's
like
so
honestly, yeah.
yeah, it's just like one of those like preference things, and once I come around to understanding it, I'll come around to be able to kind of, I don't know, just like become more fluent. I think it's like one of those things where, you see a language you're not super familiar with, and you get the rough idea of its syntax, but some of those like keywords and stuff like that, kind of your eyes just gloss over them because you're trying to find other information. And so it's like, oh, like,
Yeah.
yeah, trying to find something, especially coming from like switching back and forth from GDScript, which I'm probably the language I'm using the most, to right, like C sharp. It's like, oh, you're not specifying whether like in GDScript whether something's public or private because everything's like handled in terms of scope. Like whether it's basically how far nested it's in lets you like determines where you can access it from. Um, sorry, I was like just running up and downstairs. And what else? Yeah, it's just like, once I get an intuitive understanding, I'll get it. And there is probably ways like, so I have like you've seen me use NeoVim. Um and it's like it's an extensible text editor that can basically act as an IDE through the use of like proper configs and like the really rich plugin ecosystem. And I mean, that's like something where I would make it like that and go through the pain of like doing that instead of just like using IDE more for fun and for learning. Um, than like it actually being practical or faster. I mean, I was just considering like instead of using NeoVim as an external text editor to just get a plugin for Godot that just gives me the Vim motion so I could navigate and do some of the same like text editing functionality stuff that I like about NeoVim. And I mean, VS Code has the same thing with like via extensions and stuff, and probably just a regular stock Visual Studio as well. Um, so yeah, I'll try and find something. I mean, in terms of Visual Studio Code, I think yes, technically it's cross-platform with Linux. Um, I'd have to double check. And sometimes when it's like, oh, it's available, especially when it's something that's like run by like Microsoft or Apple, it's like, yeah, sure, it's like quote unquote available, quote unquote cross-platform, but like, it's like you sometimes you really do feel when that software like is like a second class citizen of like your operating
Yeah.
system. I know like JetBrains IDE is technically cross-platform, but that's like paid, I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I could open up
Well, I mean,
browser tab.
technically, I think Visual Studio is paid for commercial projects. Like I think it wasn't much, but I
There's
didn't
like
know that when we
there's like
started this
Visual
project.
Studio
But
Community Edition or whatever, right?
yeah,
Oh, there's a
um,
lot of flashing there. Um, yeah, for C Sharp, there's JetBrains Writer. IDE for .NET and game developers. Is there pricing? I'm so like tired of
yeah.
non-commercial. You could use it for non-commercial for learning, self-education, open source. Without, I mean, our game technically is a commercial product. But
Well, not yet. I
yeah,
mean,
exactly, not yet. I guess at that point, if the game actually got to a point where it opened and was sold to markets, then $150 per year wouldn't be a tough ask at that point, right? If the game was successful.
yeah,
um, I guess you
yeah.
could also pay per month.
I think if it's the income of like the company, if it's less than $1 million, then it's free. I think, but I don't know. I'm not really looking at the
It's not commercial. You're not
exact
commercial
term.
enough for us. Like, we're
Yeah,
not taking your money unless it's in the seven figures.
yeah.
um, which yeah, like that kind of makes sense. Um, yeah, JetBrains Writer. I could probably take a look at that. I'm like, I don't know. I guess my personal philosophy is like, how much can I do with as little as possible? I mean, that's kind of one of the sort of philosophical like mantras of like the Arch Linux distro within the Linux community is like you have flavors of Linux that are aimed towards hardened security, extreme stability. Arch is both a mix of being lean and cutting edge, which means like that's why it's considered a rolling release distro. It doesn't go through like periodic update cycles. It is always trying to keep itself as up to date as possible, like every single package and everything. And then in terms of like being lean, um, when you go through like the Arch Linux install process, it's like it really lets you kind of customize the system to be as much or as little as you want. And so like that's kind of where something like an IDE falls in that weird category of like it's you're like trying to toe a line of whether it's kind of like it's fully fledged and way more than I'll ever leverage, right? Probably something like Visual
Yeah.
Studio. Kind of also I guess some people have complaints about performance or whatever. I'm not, I don't care about that. I mean, like if I have to wait like another 5 seconds for Visual Studio to start up, that's not, I mean, I guess that stuff adds up over time, but and I guess it's slightly annoying. Um but for the most part, like it's more like of am I sitting on something that's a lot more than I actually need, or is it, you know, maybe on the NeoVim side, especially on the Godot side, I guess as an example, the inbuilt text editor. If we're using Godot Mono and we're working with C# scripts, I think we've already both come to the realization that the inbuilt text editor like isn't necessarily enough for our needs. I mean, you've already decided that
Yeah.
you use
Yeah.
Visual Studio. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll maybe as like a sort of, now I guess I'm a content creator on Twitch, YouTube. That's something to take a look at, like a comparison between like the ergonomics of inbuilt text editor in Godot, like its pros and cons versus, you know, JetBrains versus full IDE versus VS Code versus like just making a kind of customized NeoVim thing. Because I'm pretty sure like at at some point I can make NeoVim with the right packages or whatever and add-ons, or like community made sort of stuff, do kind of just as much as I would need for this kind of thing. Um, there's like that part of
Yeah.
like,
I mean,
sorry, what were you gonna say?
well, I mean, like, there's not actually that much that you like absolutely need. Like, just kind of like the navigation things, like going to the definition of something or finding out references to something are
Mm-hmm.
like pretty important to me. But besides that, like,
Yeah, finding reference to things between different files, like
yeah,
especially it seems like more so something in the C# world than in GDScript, that you're gonna very much so need to hop between different files to work on like the same functionality. Like you can hop between GDScript files too, especially if you start doing things like inheritance and whatnot. You're gonna need to look at the parent and the child and all of the other like instances or whatever. But like for at least what I'm even just seeing here is like when you're referencing another script or a class in another script, that just means you're going to be hopping all over the place. Um, and I feel like,
yeah, and even in a script, like if it's a long script, like being able to hop between methods, like
mhm,
you see like a call to a method and you like hop over to it.
yeah, that's like, I think that's where I've gotten in terms of working with NeoVim, is like, it's the best for me when I'm working on one script, whether it's really long, whether it's really short. Those like Vim motions, and all of the sort of commands that you get access to, and the fact that they're super easy and like kind of, well, they take, there's a learning curve obviously because it's basically like learning shortcuts for any program. Um, but you end up developing that sort of flow. There there are tools in NeoVim that expand that flow out multiple um to multiple files and scripts. I mean, I guess I could demonstrate here. Do I have NeoVim already open here? If I were to go to, uh, let me actually start this in the directory for our game, right? And if I want to edit a file, I don't know, the entity and player. So let's go to the player GD script, right? Within the script, I guess this script isn't painfully long. I think it's literally just these 35 lines. I guess I probably could have picked a better example. There's just a lot of these things there that I like from NeoVim's kind of philosophical standpoint of first of all, I mean, it's not even a philosophical thing. It was more of a necessity of the time when Vi and Vim were like used, is because terminals didn't have GUIs, like you didn't have a mouse. So that's
Oh,
why from the get-go, your a lot of its functionality expands from having the keyboard and commands doing stuff, right? So simple search for the right things. Um, I like the idea of, and I know this could be done through a GUI through other like IDEs and stuff like that. Um, this is probably the most complex command I've taken the time to learn, is like substitution, right? So if I wanted to change speed, actually to velocity, right? Literally doing that was, I don't know, it was extremely, it like didn't take my hands off the keyboard. It's like pretty clever in the way that it does things procedurally. I think I could do that for the whole script, right? And it's like little things like that. I think the problem with NeoVim, and what isn't, it's not a problem with NeoVim, it's a problem with my configuration and me not leveraging the tools that probably come with it, is um it is not aware enough of like the kind of project I'm working on. So it technically has like a GDScript LSP. It has a C# LSP. I could actually go to my config. Where is it? NVim. Is it RC? No, it's in it. So this is like a sort of pre-built configuration file for NeoVim. I didn't write most of this. This is pulled off of like, this is like somebody else's config basically. And you just pull this file from their GitHub repo or whatever. And there's like a bunch of tools in here, and also like your key bindings or whatever, right? That I'm like not enough of a developer to use, or they're kind of more along the lines of like what's good for like web development and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, like I'm like, I want to see what I could do if I actually wipe this config, because I don't use like a majority of the plugins, or actually even a majority of the creature comforts. Um, that it's like you have to have a knowledge of this to know how good some of these configurations are. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, I won't be surprised if this has like shortcuts to like go to the definition or that sort of thing.
I'm guessing that's what telescope would be, or harpoon, which I could find by slash harpoon, and then I guess I could also take a look at the Git repo for that. So if I go to my browser and then I go to let's see if I could find it. Harpoon 2. Oh, okay. So I went to the older generation of this. Tired of using like going to different. This is basically lets you find and hop through a bunch of different buffers or files quickly. So maybe this is a little bit more basic than that, but there's also telescope. And I know people love telescope. And I'm guessing that is like a sort of fuzzy finder that lets you find definitions or things like that in different files. Fuzzy finder over lists. I have no idea how to like properly utilize this, but I guess we could go to the original uh script that we were looking at, the C# script that I was asking you about, to kind of explore that. Um, where was that? The printer score script. Where's that located? Scripts printer score. Um, here, right? So we're in here. Obviously, it's gonna scream at me because I think it screams at me that I'm modifying something that Godot is also taking a look at. Actually, because I have it open in here. Let's discard those changes. Let me just make sure. Okay, so all this stuff exists here, but we are looking for printer scores right here, and I'm guessing something like telescope will let me find that definition, but
I mean, it knows it's a class, like it's doing the syntax highlighting for it.
The thing with NeoVim is, I guess I could inspect it. See if I could get the word. Yeah. Maybe there's just like a time to learn a little bit more about NeoVim. Let's see here. NeoVim. What was it? Find reference or
Yeah, go to definition or
find
find reference.
definition. Open files and jump to definitions with source graph, probably another plugin. GD script, go to definition. Oh, so if I type G and then D, G, go to file. Are these? This is just mapping out all the keys. Oh, and there's more with Control D.
And go to file under cursor search, right?
Where are you saying that?
It was a bit before. I don't know what
Go
menu that was in,
to
but it was.
file under cursor F. Cannot find printer scores in path. I wonder if it's because I'm sitting in this directory now. But if I alert
Oh,
this,
I think it's just like saying like treat printer scores as a path or something. I don't know.
yeah, C sharp.
Uh,
There's probably a
I
setup.
mean, it knows more than it's acting like it knows because it's doing the syntax highlighting. Like,
Yeah, so that's kind of where I think I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and build NeoVim to be it's like kind of like a custom tailored config because there's so many extra things here, and some of it is just set dressing. Some of it's like literally like the color theming, and the font, the ligatures or whatever, right? For the text because that's like surface level stuff, and I could pretty easily configure because I'm just like modifying like front end type stuff. But there's a bunch of those like very apparently very powerful back end plugins. Some of them probably are not necessary for what we're doing. Like some of them are probably more related to more like system level things or like web development related things. I'm guessing something like a Harpoon or Telescope um, is like if you have like a workflow in like Node.js or something like that, because I know that Node.js generates a ton of files and you do need to kind of get through them and like using like even like a typical file explorer or like a file tree is like there's like thousands of them sometimes in web development.
oh,
And so it's like that's a lot of scrolling or like whatever. So like being able to like uh go through it using like Harpoon. I don't even know how to summon Harpoon. Probably like that. No. I don't. Do I have it installed? And stuff like that. So that might be something that I do when I have more free time. Um, and then see if like it kind of utilizes some of the best creature comforts that like Visual Studio would have. It'd just be like the sort of NeoVim version of that. If it turns out to be too much of a pain in the ass, then I just get an IDE. Find one that's
yeah, I
cross-platform like
mean,
JetBrains or something. But
one thing
it's
to
more
consider
for
is
learning and for fun.
yeah, one thing to consider is the autocomplete stuff for IDEs might be
This does have
a lot better.
autocomplete because of the LSP. So if I did like I don't know, what would be like something that Godot would want? I guess in C sharp, I don't even know if it's smart enough because we have seen that the syntax highlighting the LSP is like working.
I
Um,
mean, like when you start typing private, it should just like say the rest of private there, like that sort of thing.
yeah. What if I try and do like, I mean, also it's trying to, what's kind of nice sometimes is if it stays out of the way as well. That's something that is like actually one of my biggest, and it's such a small complaint, uh, kind of pet peeves of using the inbuilt text editor is I am typing, I want to type faster than it wants to recommend stuff, basically.
Oh.
So if I like go here, right, I basically I copied and pasted. This is like code that doesn't really matter too much. So say I wanted to do this for all of the other audio streams, right? Oops, well, let's get this in the right place, right? And this is just like a purely one of those little things that doesn't actually matter too much. I want to change this to 2. Okay, let me dismiss the autocomplete. I want to change this to 3. Let me dismiss all your complete. I want to change to 4. That's one of those things that just like adds up over time, where it's like, oh, I want to move my cursor down with the down arrow because I have like quick access to that. But because this autocomplete's actually sitting in the way, even though there's actually just one suggestion, which is also kind of weird. Like, I actually can't move my cursor until I either hit the escape key to like devoke that autocomplete or just hit enter to accept it or whatever. So that's also one of those things where I like, sometimes I do like don't want help. Sometimes the help ends up feeling like clippy. There's probably a world in the middle, and I mean probably like you using Visual Studio doesn't seem like you come across issues like that very often. But I do that was something I was just thinking about yesterday as well. I was like, I have this really fat user made config or like community made config for NeoVim. Where is it? It's in my home directory. Like, and either I could take the time to learn all these tools and figure out what doesn't work, but I think the better approach actually would be to wipe this config, start with the default config again, and then figure out what actual features I would want. So, I mean, obviously the C# LSP and the like a GDScript LSP would be very good. A way to, a way to manage plugins, so I could get those plugins. And then find out all the things that we need in development, like some of the things for like finding definitions in C#, being able to hop from file to file quickly. I think Telescope, if I were to properly configure it, a fuzzy finder. Do you know what that is? You probably do, right?
No, I don't.
So, I mean, this is something that is probably something that is more standard. And it's probably already something that Visual Studio does, but it's like kind of, I don't know. I guess like at its core, it's really loose search, right? So this isn't really exclusive to something like NeoVim. If I just open up and I type in FZF, it's a package for Arch. I could type in like kind of an estimation of what I need from my system. This is right now looking at all the files in the directory I was sitting in, which is like the like our Git repo. So say I actually needed something related to printer, but I don't remember the exact name of the file. I could kind of type printer, and it's like finding things that are somewhat adjacent to the term printer. For some reason, I needed this config file. I don't remember the string of characters though, but now I could go here and I could like be there. Like I could execute it. So doing that across all of the files in a directory to find, either file names like, oh wait, which level is it? Say level 1. It also looks like it's pulling, because we don't have that many. I guess we do have a lot of files with the term level in it. I type in level 1.
Some of them are like the get ignored.
So. Yeah, stuff like that. So I don't know. Thinking about using tools, making them more effective.
Yeah.
Part of it's bike shedding. I think
Wait, what do you
that's
mean?
so making, instead of just working on the game and getting an IDE of like is actually like taking the time to over configure like something like NeoVim to be the perfect IDE, rather than just actually working on the game. That's what I mean by bike shedding. I tend to
I
do that
mean, you know,
sometimes.
it's worth it in the long term, probably.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, at least right now. So the rest of my goals today is doing UI sounds and whatnot, and some sound effects for the actual printer mini game. Um, I will actually printer movement is something that we could take a look at right now, right? Because that's now done in a C# script, correct?
Yeah,
And that would be in
printer movement is the script.
I guess I could try this out.
I think it's in the script slash printer sim something. Let me check. Yeah, it's in the scripts slash printer underscore sim folder.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. I guess what I would do if I was a good NeoVim user, or if a good programmer, is printer movement. I would find that, and then so the fuzzy finder found it here. Telescope doesn't do that properly, and they're kind of based off of the same thing. So now I could go here and go to scripts or sim. Oops. Yeah, I like. Oh, is it not in printer sim? Printer movement. There we go. Um, yeah. So maybe that's what I'm gonna do on my train ride up to Northern California, is like take a good look at some like NeoVim documentation and stuff like that. If I'm not making like last minute tweaks to the game. Um, I'll push my changes right now actually. Are you working on the game today?
Uh, I'm going to bed soon. I have been working on it, but I'm working on a different branch.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, just want to make sure that I'm not going to present any like conflicts. Okay.
Oh, no
Thanks
problem.
for the help and some of the sort of C# kind of explanation things.
Yeah,
Um,
welcome.
and yeah. Tomorrow, um, if you do want to co-work, that's basically I will actually have time on Saturday. Tomorrow it's going to be a bit of a short day in terms of me being able to work on the game and even like streaming it and stuff, because I'm going to be like going to like a family dinner and stuff like that. Um
Okay.
so, but Saturday I should be available, and then Sunday I'm technically available. That kind of determines, that's dependent on how good Amtrak's Wi-Fi is. um but I'll have like my Steam Deck, and I already have the project on the Steam Deck. And I also have like it's a computer. I could edit and do stuff on there as well. Um, so I'll be available Sunday as I'm traveling, at least asynchronously. I don't think I'd be hopping on like to Discord because I'll be on a train. That'd be awkward.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I'll be available tomorrow and over the weekend.
yeah, and I try
Yeah.
not to ask for you guys' time over the weekend. It's just like
Well, I mean,
now we're traveling out to show the game.
yeah, I don't mind working on the weekend anyway. Um, do you wanna like uh look at the printer movement though, or was there
There.
Okay, I'm not going to bed like super soon or anything.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a sort of sound effect that plays when the printer's moving. That's gonna be just time making sound. Um, I guess I'll probably be able to figure things out on my own. I don't think that's actually gonna be that much of an issue. Um, like I guess this is more of something where um I'll just need to kind of parse the C sharp code for like how C sharp like where what it looks like to take inputs. Or if there is any sort of weird thing that we had to do, especially since this like you had to do this in relation to um like the like we had what like we were doing it through jolt physics and then we changed it, right? This
Yeah.
is a long time ago.
Yeah. So is it like a sound effect just like when the extruder is moving?
Yeah.
Um,
I guess I probably wouldn't need to tie it to input. I could just tie it to the velocity of like if it the velocity of the extruder isn't zero, right?
yeah. Yeah. Um,
And I could probably pitch it up or down based on that velocity value. I guess it'll be a higher pitch if it's moving faster or something like that. Although our velocities are relatively low and they're pretty unchanging.
yeah. I mean, we might eventually want to make the velocity have like a noticeable like quarter second or whatever to accelerate. But right now it accelerates almost instantly. I mean, it's
At least it's more realistic
well,
like
it's
that technically. The acceleration values of real 3D printers are pretty wild.
uh, yeah,
They're measured in like millimeters per second, I guess, since it's an acceleration value, and it's in the thousands. It's when you're talking about robotics,
okay,
especially, and like when they're kind of changing direction this quickly. I don't think that's actually something that we need to try and simulate. I think basically, for all intents and purposes, the movement's basically instantaneous. Um,
yeah,
so much so that
um,
like sometimes if you're printing something and the head's moving back and forth, it could like produce lots of vibrations, which can cause issues like in terms of like the print itself because
oh,
the filament and whatnot. But it's not something that the mechanics of the actual like the gears and stuff have to really worry about too much.
yeah, yeah. So the velocity might have like what I'm working on right now is making the extruder well rather than breaking the rope, making the extruder um not the extruder itself, but like the top of the rope collide with so when the top of the rope collides with other things, it needs to stay with the extruder or break, and so it's making the extruder like move with the rope instead of breaking it.
Okay,
So the
yeah,
velocity might be not just super high or zero,
yeah,
but I don't know.
yeah. As long as that
I
value
think
isn't
for
going to
now,
be
like,
actually remapped to anything, like it's not going to
yeah,
be redefined totally. Velocity is going to be velocity. Um,
yeah.
so
I mean, I think it'll work. Just checking if it's not zero. I guess it's probably unlikely that there will be cases where it's like a tiny velocity or that sort of thing.
I'll add a margin. Just yeah, I'll add
Yeah,
some sort of lower threshold. Um, and I'll just like test it and stuff like that.
yeah,
Um, okay. Honestly, that's probably the last thing I'm gonna do. There's probably UI sounds, but that's not gonna be super complex to implement. Um, and honestly, there's probably only like I guess another sound thing is like the dialogue sounds I kind of wanted to tweak, but that's handled through Dialogic. And that's just something where I'm gonna need to read the Dialogic documentation for. But I don't even think that's gonna touch like our scripts per se, because it's handled through like
yeah,
Dialogic's configuration stuff in their own menus. Um, yeah. So I guess yeah, That's all I really needed. I only needed help for like that first bit about like the scoring and the dynamic soundtrack stuff, but kind of got sidetracked and talked about a bunch of other stuff.
Alright,
Um,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
Alrighty
I
then.
mean, it's interesting stuff still,
Yeah. Yeah, we're learning. Everybody,
Yeah.
all one viewers on the stream is we're all learning together.
Yeah.
So yeah. Alrighty. Well, I'm guessing you're gonna like wind down and get to bed. So I'll let you go and I'll just take care of the rest of the stream.
All right. Well, I guess one thing I should ask is let me just like look at the ClickUp and try to figure out if there's anything I need to ask about
Okay.
before I go. Because there's like not much time left. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all pretty straightforward, like not really design heavy stuff. So,
Alrighty.
all right, I guess I'll say bye then.
Okay then. Yeah. I'll probably talk to you a little bit tomorrow too, if there's an issue with any of the, or if I just get confused by the way that the scripts are communicating with each other, or if I just like I could shoot you off a message like, what does this variable mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, just random stuff like that.
Yep.
Okay then. Probably talk to you tomorrow then.
Okay. See ya.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. So awesome. Like one of the kind of more complex goals was achieved a while ago, and that gave us a lot of time because this stream game or development wise is gonna go till 6, and I'll see if like my girlfriend and a few friends want to play R.E.P.O tonight. We'll do another R.E.P.O stream like we did yesterday. Um Other two goals that kind of tie off the to make sure that the audioscape has content in it and basically in every facet will be dialogue sounds like the little blips that happen. Dialogic they implement like a sort of text, like a keyboard typing sound, which is like good for testing, but it's definitely something that could elevate the sort of audioscape of the game. Um, let's see. So I'm gonna do that. That's probably gonna be the thing for tomorrow. Tomorrow being again like either an earlier stream or a shorter stream. Um, and then right now I want to work on what I was just talking about um with Casey, who was just the one viewer. I just realized. Um, and that's the movement sound of the extruder. So that's going to be really interesting. So that's actually going to be kind of a unique problem. So let me save this. I'll do this since there's going to be kind of, first of all, the sound has to be interactive. And it's also not going to be a one-shot sound. So if this was just a sample like a gunshot, I would be able to can I draw? Where is it? Yeah, I could draw here. Okay. If it was something like a gunshot sound, I would just have to worry about triggering it at the start, and then it'll just kind of play and the gunshot would just fade out on its own. I wouldn't actually have to worry about I mean, even if it's like an automatic weapon, you're still triggering one gunshot at a time, and it's just triggering over itself. And so you just, as one's fading out, the other one is playing over it. But our printer movement, there's going to be a start, and then there's going to be a looping section in the middle, and then there's going to be an end. So I think when I was watching that little tutorial on the interactive audio stream player, or the interactive audio stream, that is, in a sense, like meant to kind of handle these things to where you could define at what point you need like the start right? Where you need like the loop points. Oops. And then where you need the sort of like end of a sound. There's a couple ways I could think about implementing this. What we were thinking about is using velocity as a parameter, right? So as somebody moves the printer, there's 3 phases. They're going to trigger the movement to begin, and the printer's going to accelerate, or the extruder's going to accelerate. And then they reach the max acceleration. They're moving for whatever duration they hold it. And then they release the movement key or the joystick or whatever. And then that ends. So there's like a deceleration, right? This is quite literally a graph of the velocity over time. And so we actually wanted it to just be related to the pitch of the given sound effect, right? So when at the beginning here and at the end here, first of all, it's going to 0, right? So that would technically that would mean that the printer's moving at its slowest when it's not moving at all. But we're not going to play a sound when it's doing nothing, because that seems like really annoying to have something, unless you were making something like a car that would idle around even when it's just like standing still. That's not really what our printer's doing. Oh, we got ads. So there'd be a sort of threshold here where we would just not play any pitch, right? But obviously, what we're worried about now is mapping the pitch to when the printer's moving slowly, and then have that pitch kind of equate to the velocity as it reaches its high point. That might make things a little bit easier, and it'll make the sound feel more responsive and alive, because I could imagine just playing sort of a moving sound and just holding and looping that for as long as the player is holding the key. That's like a super basic way to do it. But it, like, I don't know, without that sort of beginning, without that end, you end up getting like a sort of kind of annoying sound, because you're just hearing the same thing over and over again. So tying it to with some pitch variation that's kind of reflective of the velocity seems like the best way to do that. So now we need to create that sound. And I guess we could just use any synth. I feel like maybe something like Harmless. We could start we could start with the preset and work off of there. I think a pad would give us something to work with. We also need to think about the character of the sound, right? Obviously, the printer, like the 3D printer itself, is like a piece of technology. So let me think. Oh, can I do the right? It's a piece of technology, so it's gonna have this electronic synthy sound. So this is a good way to do things. So technology. What else? It's also supposed to be friendly. Obviously, if we were making something like a drone that's meant to like battle things, right? It also needs to be able to withstand a lot of repetition. Oops. So we need something that's technological, it's friendly, and it's able to withstand repetition, right? In my mind, a probably good analogy of of a sound that would kind of satisfy this is like the elevator sound in Undertale. That elevator sound is used in many different contexts, but we could try and come up with something similar. These are really complex. I want something that starts out more simple. So maybe something that we kind of take away from. I think honestly that gamer synth we had before would be a good start. Also, oh, here's another thing with sound. The problem especially with like something like this, is there's gonna be music playing behind it, right? So we need to be very careful that it doesn't clash with the music too hard. So like, luckily, at least our testing music, we have a very defined key, so we could just write something that's consonant with that, right? If we're playing something super high pitched or super low pitched, or just like very much out of the range of typical music, then that won't necessarily be a problem, as well as using things with white noise, since it's a combination of most, if not all, frequencies, and like filtering out from there. You're usually not going to clash with the kind of music scape so much with your soundscape. Whew, been talking a lot. That's crazy that by the end of tomorrow, I will have basically streamed for about 5 or so hours. I don't know if I've canceled one. Yeah, yesterday we streamed for like 8 for 10 days. It's kind of a crazy stat. Something low would be nice and warm for a machine. And let's take a look at this effect. What we could do is we can make it not super clear in terms of what pitch it is. So we'll be able to do things like detune it. Yeah, because the one thing, especially with like sound effect design, is you don't want it to sound too much like music unless you're trying to do that very intentionally. I mean, I could also insert the sounds of a real 3D printer. I mean, I have a 3D printer here. I could record it. I think it's turned off right now. The thing is that there's so much fan noise as well that it's kind of a nightmare to record something like that. But that might be some good sound design to also incorporate a real acoustic instrument. So let me think about this. This is a good start. Because also thinking about our 3D printer, it's like currently hovering on these light rails. So having that light sort of be represented by something very sort of lasery sounding is like a good idea. Maybe an octave down, actually. Oh, that's too low. What about... So, having it just one pitch is obviously going to be kind of fatiguing. It's going to feel like something is just humming in your ear. Trying to find that balance between something that is like nice and consonant, but also doesn't end up sounding way too musical. So I guess there's like a bunch of filters we could throw on. I feel like adding more voices can kind of help here. And some, what is it? Like kind of like a supersaw type thing. Sorry, that must hurt. Trying to find that balance between it sounding like really scary versus like overly like too like perfect. I actually think this is a pretty good place. There's probably more things I could do to kind of like mess it up. Ooh, a little bit. Yeah, okay. We're getting there. That sounds like something like a machine moving. Especially if I were to actually like. I'm gonna probably start with this dry. And then see what it sounds like and how I could get it going in Godot. But this is like a pretty decent sound. We're gonna save this preset as well. Preset, save preset as, go to the project. Studio. Oh, I haven't saved this project. That's what's going on here. Extruder movement. Save preset as armor extruder movement. That should go in the project file. Let's make sure I'm in the right place. What? What? What was that? Did it crash? Did it save in here? It did save here. No, I want it to be over there. I'm just gonna delete that later. And I'll just get this in the right place. Projects, layer by layer, extruder movement. Armor, extruder movement. Cool. Now I'm just gonna, I guess, make this into a sample. Just record that. What were the notes? So let's take a look at this. Just record a couple of seconds of that. So now, and then turn those down. We don't need a metronome for that. Let's export this. This is probably gonna be a WAV file because it's a sound effect. It's not like a song. I guess we don't need to go anything above 24-bit for the project. There's no reverb, it's dry, so we technically don't need that. We'll add some effects to in Godot. Export the pattern? Oh, well, I guess the full song. The pattern of the full song, I guess they're the same thing. So it doesn't really matter. So let's see here. Is there anything else I have to worry about? Let's get the sound in the game and just see. Like, it's not a final sound. It's not a pretty sound. But it's a sound that we could tweak. So let's take a look at this. Here. Right. Extruder movement. Extruder movement.wav. Assets. Here. Resources, audio, sound effect, extruder movement.wav. Take a look at you. With a WAV file, we get more access to importer settings, I'm pretty sure. Mode, quite okay audio. What is this? Huh. So now let's take a look at the scene. Let's start with generic printer. And I think actually the 3D printer, it's going to be a child. And before I do that, I need to use the restroom. So we'll take the time to take a little bit of break. So I'll be back, I don't know, in a minute or two.
lightning.
Mm-hmm.
It stopped, and then it got sunny, and then
Yeah.
it started hailing again, and then it stopped. And I talked to a teacher, and we were standing outside. It got really windy, and I went to the bathroom, and I came out, and I was talking to a different teacher, and then big thunder, and I was like, never mind.
Big thunder. Hi, I'm back. Also, girlfriend is here. She's gonna be working as well on her stuff. Not related to the video game. So, do I want food? Yeah, I'm down for food. So how do I work with wave files now? So let's go to... I'm wondering if this... if this should belong in the 3D printer script. Or a 3D printer... Where's the printer movement handle? It's here? Okay. So yeah, it probably belongs in here. And honestly, that audio stream for that's in the generic printer level with the music and stuff like that. First of all, I'm gonna save that actually as a scene. Let me rename it. Dynamic music or something easy to remember. I'm gonna save it as a scene. Assets, scenes, audio. Sure. So now that could be brought in anywhere else, any other level. So now the printer sound is going to come from this bad boy here. Extruder. Extruder body has so many things here, so many parts. I made this so complex. But let's add a audio stream player 3D, since this actually is going to be moving around and existing in 3D space. I think the source of the sound is going to be up in like kind of where the hover parts are. So let's move that guy up. And then stream is going to be an audio stream interactive. I think that's where we're going with this. And the clip is going to be extruder movement .wav. So this doesn't have like a beginning, middle, and end. I should have done the pitching up and down to kind of turn it into parts. That could have been the way to do it. But at least for now, we're just doing the, we're just worrying about pitch and whether it's playing. First of all, it's probably going to be a lot quieter. Yeah, let's think about when we're right up against this buddy. Oh, it like clipped out of existence there. It just, oh, it's not looping. That's why, because I didn't import it as a loop. So probably import and then loop forward. Maybe ping pong. Let's give that a try. Let's see a ping pong back and forth. No, that's not the way to do it. I also didn't do anything to ensure that this audio is loopable either. Yeah, there's like a harsh clip there. That's a lesson learned. It's also very loud. Is this actually making it any quieter? Luckily, I could also route this to sound effects, because that's what it is. It's a sound effect. So, time to make that probably source file more loopable. What might be the way to do that here actually is grab a bunch of these. Is there a way for me to actually render this? Yeah, there's gotta be. Right, because now we have the WAV file here. We can do is we can kind of fade in the next instance of this. And do that towards the front end as well. Is there a way to like grab another one of these, trim them, and kind of just like, can I move you? Whoa, but like, I guess this is where I do some learning. So definitely don't know how to do this in FL Studio at the very least. FL Studio, create loop, audio loop. All right, let's learn.
Come on.
Okay, looks like we're doing this in Edison.
Now I just want this part right here. The dun 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 dun, and I want to reloop it. So I just picked that selection, so let's see how it sounds. It's not gonna sound good, but let's just see. Alright, now see, I've seen this a lot where people just cut it and leave this part in there. You don't want to do that. If you want to loop it perfectly, just follow my.
Know what he's gonna do. Okay, so let's do that then. Can I actually grab this, throw you into our favorite? Nope, not Destructor. I mean, you're good, but you're not our favorite. Our favorite tool recently is Edison, right? Which exists somewhere up here. Thank you for that. So now we need to... It already has the loop points, but we want to basically find... This already snaps to 0 crossings, right? So technically, if I find not the beginning where the attack happens, actually like a perfect sample line 0 crossing. Yeah. Let's see if it'll hit the loop. Oh, why don't you loop? I still heard a pop. Do I have to find a place where both of these hit 0 at the same time? Is that what I'm looking for here? Is that this? That looks pretty darn close. Now, I think that's actually coming from the beginning. Oh, but that also looks pretty darn good. We're hearing a little pop on the right side. Let's go back to the tutorial. You might know something that I don't.
Steps. So first you wanna select where you're gonna loop it. Okay, so now I've seen that this is the start of the new bar. So what you're gonna do is go in here, and the same concept as how I've showed you to remove the clicking out of anything in my last tutorial. I think it was
Oh,
like
is he
2 or
actually going
3
to
of
edit
them
the
ago.
samples?
So I don't want this part, I want this part. So I'm gonna go all the way in here and find the best point to cut it at. I'm gonna say probably about here, but I could be wrong. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, see, I pretty much just did it right then and there. It's really easy to do once you actually understand. So I'm gonna do it again.
Let's give that a part a try. He's seeing the individual sample points. Like, he's zoomed in. He's locked in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, that seems like a good point. We're getting better. There's the tiniest pop going on. Let's keep on learning from this guy. Oops.
Start a new point so you guys don't think I'm playing you here. Now you just want to zoom in and find the points closest to the middle. Like, see right here how that's pretty close, but you don't want anything that's going to be high like that. So you're going to find one closest to the middle, and that's obviously closest. You know, these two are both right there. Like, if you find one that's a joint that's just linked together, that'll be even easier. So let me see if I can find one like that. You kind of want to hit it down and select it. Alright, we got a perfect loop now, so we're gonna drag this into the playlist. And if you wanted to slow it down, it's really freaking easy to do that. Probably the easiest thing I've ever seen. So what I usually do is I just click on the sample, and once you're in the whatever the hell you call it, the audio
The
file
tutorial's
screen
great.
where you mess with
I
stuff.
love it.
You're gonna
This guy's having such a great time making tutorials for people on FL Studios. Never change. I think in general this just needs to be shorter, because then you start kind of detecting the patterns. So let's find a gentle zero crossing. Is that the best one? It's almost more obvious now. big one. I might have made a sound that's like not very good for this kind of thing. How short can I make this? That sounds bad. Maybe I should like pick a random part of this every time. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Let's see. Something like that. We're learning. We're learning sound design. Learning together. Export. Let's give that a try. Minimize that. And let's bring that back into Godot. Then let's see it in the engine. Whoa, that's weird that it has the did it grab the whole wave file and then did I export the whole thing? Oops. Go over here. Where's FL Studio? Where'd you go? Did I accidentally export the okay, no, I didn't. I mean, this is kind of the cheater way of doing it. So let's do that. Bring this guy back in. Place this. I mean, you can't really hear it looping. And then when we add the pitch scaling, for some reason that's not working on it. That's working on it. I wonder then then if this needs to not be audio stream. Audio stream WAV. Let's try that. Let's grab the WAV. Let's put it in here. Oh, how does this work? There you go. Now let's see. So there's going to be two things. The volume is going to fade in and out for when it's playing versus when it's not playing. So this is going to be more of like a technical thing. Because just moving it like that would be kind of sudden. Guess maybe some filters on that probably wouldn't hurt as well. Maybe I should make a bus called extruder and then route that to the sound effects bus. Add bus. Extruder. Motor. I'm going to route you to extruder motor, and extruder motor is going to route through sound effects, but you're going to have your own effects on this. Delay, compression, distortion, pitch shift, enhance. It's going to be a little bit of reverb. Where did that go? Yeah, can I like tweak that effect? Then go back to the thing. I don't know if this is what we're looking for. So let's do a simple implementation of this and then do a complex implementation of this. Then I will also message the friend group on whether they want to play R.E.P.O. Let's see here. All right. Time to hop into more C#. Printer movement is here. I could get rid of the mixer for now. I'm not going to toy around with the sound too much because we're going to do this more to get this in practice, like get it functionally working before we add sound effects and tweaking to make it like super polished. For some reason, this script isn't getting like, good highlighting. I don't really know why, because this was. Let's save all scenes. Let me open that again. Now it's working. Yeah, something was going on there where it wasn't highlighting stuff properly. Alrighty. Moving on. So now what I need to do is find a reference to this. Can I make an export? There's printer model visuals here. So I should also do, oops, export shooter, what was it? Audio stream player. Like that. And then I build, and then that'll show up here. And then I could just drag this audio stream player here. What? Oh. I'm guessing this will be node. Audio stream player 3D. Capital D. Let's build and see if that works. And then I assign you to this. So now, what we can do is we go to physics process, and we're looking at velocity. I guess sound could come last. If underscore vel is greater than 0.0, whatever, extruder, what is it called? Audio stream. What did I name that thing? Extruder audio stream. Player. Just gonna rename that extruder audio stream. Rebuild that. Oops. Play. Else if. Else. I think I could just do that. Extruder audio stream. Stop. I think that should work. Oh. 3 double. Can I do that work? No, I don't think so. 0 0.0, 0 0.0, 0 0.0. That should work. What, where, what, where, what? Oh. Extra comma there. What do you mean? Are any of these set here? Well, there is 0, like, there's up, so there's probably... Oh, what the heck? Also... I'll do this. I think this will work. Oops. I think this looks silly, but I think this works. What? Greater than cannot be applied to operands type. Oh, I can't compare vectors like that. I guess that makes sense because some values would be greater and some values would not be greater. Can I do... Can that work? Oh, there's like a... Hold on. Is there a way to get parts of that velocity? So can I do it this way? This is silly. This would be silly if this worked. I actually don't know why that's not working this time. Let's see. Oops. How it handles initial nozzle point. It found that. Oh, maybe I had to capitalize it. Let's give that a try. Oh my gosh, that worked. This is only gonna work in the x-axis, but it's fine. Let me play generic printer level and see if it'll start playing that. Oh, we're getting errors. No reference exception. What do you mean? Oh, we're getting ads. Physics process, object reference not set to an instance of an object. I thought it was. If I did it like that. Oh, there's current speed. Oh, maybe I could just use current speed. Current speed. That should be fine. That should work. Let's give it a try. I'm gonna turn down the music really quick. It's saying that it's fake. Oh, I think I know why it's saying it's fake. Hold on. Is it because this is named incorrectly? Extruder audio stream? Extruder audio stream? Ah, you're not assigned. There you go. Let's try and build the project and see if anything's gonna go wrong. I think it's right. I think it's right now. I can't hear it. Well, let me turn the music off really quick. Why does it sound like booty? Oh, is it doing it every frame? It's starting like the first sample every physics frame, which is why it sounds really bad and it's clipping a bunch. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, I mean this is gonna be extremely basic, and extruder audio stream dot playing equals false. Let's see if that, because then it won't play it if it's already playing. Let's give it a try. Why is the music back to being loud AF? Let's just... Now it's not playing it at all again. Yeah, sound effects is... Huh. Oh. Okay. It's less than or equal to 0.0 and audio stream dot play equals true. That should work now. I don't know what happened to the JSON file for. Yeah, all right. That's like the most basic version of this. Let's go back to the audio stream player. I think inverse squared is too aggressive. I wonder if there should be a sound for extruding. Maybe we should just be that pitched up. Because at the end of the day, the extrusion sound is also just a motor. It'd just be pitched up 2 octaves or something. Let's give that a try. Let's look at the 3D printer. Printer controls probably has extrude, right? Clear inputs. There's probably like is extruding. Was that too hopeful? Oh, is this done in GDScript? Okay. Might make some things easier. Okay, and then if I go to printer controls, there should be. It's gonna play. There needs to be multiples of these. No, doesn't that need to be the case? Polyphonic. That might be what we need. 2. But I want there to be. I guess first of all, I'm gonna rename this bus to just extruder sounds. And you reroute it to extruder sounds. Polyphonic. I wonder if there's a way to have a polyphonic where they can play kind of differently. Like it could play each stream differently. Or if I just need to have multiple audio stream players. So let me do this. Extruder motor sounds. And then can I just control D? First of all, you need to go back to being a. First, I just need to make you back into this. The extruder. I don't know. Drive. Sounds. These are bad names. These are really bad names. This is gonna be even worse name. Shooter extrusion sounds. If I go back to printer movement, you're still here. Okay. We're here in the printer control script. Oops. And then we're gonna go into the physics process, probably of this one. Let's see. There's so much stuff on the screen. I just want to see the code, bro. I just want to see the code. Oh gosh, okay. There's got to be something that tells whether the extrusion's happening regardless of keyboard and mouse. Let's get rid of can update camera. Mouse rotates camera, camera rotation, camera. These are all related to camera, aren't they? So for the inputs. That's for reset. R.E.P.O sim reset. So where's the extrusion actually taken care of here? It's probably actually in ropes, isn't it? So I should be hooking this into inputs. Let's see. It's not going to be ready. It's not going to be in variable changed. It's not going to be input bindings changed. That's for mouse. Yeah, I forgot that extruding should probably get a sound. Another thing that needs feedback. Oopsies. Luckily, it's an easy sort of thing. Handle movement and extrusion inputs. I guess that's going to happen here. Let's see here. That what needs to happen. If else, if not, pause an event is action pressed. Wait. These all equal some sort of extrusion. So maybe same thing here. Okay, we're almost hitting the end of the stream time. Oh gosh, there's so many variations of this. I guess I could try that for now. Oh gosh. I think these all need to, these need to be commented on what, like, these do. If event, keyboard for default extrude. If keyboard bridging extrude. Okay, I think we would stop this. Audio stream. Like that. Oops. Stop playing. Playing equals false. And then the same things for the gamepad versions. I think that's correct. Let's give it a try. Let's see if that'll even work. Options, audio, turn the music down. Oh, it's playing. It's playing every time I hit the input again. So the is playings are in the wrong spot. Alright, I knew it couldn't have been that easy. Get those out of here. This needs to be changed. So the first one, both of these are false, so this is also false. Yeah, where it says both of them are false. Oops. So let's go through all of them here. Okay, I think that's all of those. Now the other gazillions of possibilities. There's so much here. Okay, if not paused, then toggle joypad extrusion. This is all the joypad stuff. Joypad default extrude input equals false. Bridging extrude is false, so extruder audio is false. Okay, if toggle keyboard extrusion. If not paused in event, if default extruding, and the first process is ran, keyboard equals not keyboard default extrude input. Gonna ignore that because that's switching from joypad to keyboard. If okay, this is true, extruder audio stream dot playing equals true. All right, we gotta do that for the rest now. Ignore the toggle switch controls. Extruder audio stream playing. It's true. Then if it's released, extruder audio stream. I think I don't need to do this for all these use cases. I just need to find whether if those are true, then, you know, playing. Oh, this was already written. Ignore that. Playing equals true. Is that correct? Oh my gosh, this is a lot. I don't have a joypad on me to test this, but it's working. If I turn off the music really quick. For some reason, it's not finding the... Alright, so this is basically all of the dynamic bits other than the UI sounds. I think I want to turn that down a little bit. The debugger's sending an error. I don't really know what's going on there. Oh, that's to do with the config file. Something's going on there. I want to send a screenshot of this actually to Casey. Or just to the programming channel. Because maybe Michael would also be able to figure out what's going on here. Paste that to the Discord and say, hey. Seems like changing one of the audio sliders is causing an error in the config settings JSON. Still able to change settings, and they seem to, but I think since this settings JSON can't be parsed, it regenerates a new one. I guess I should have read that more. Yeah. Here, I'll go back to it. Load settings. Yeah, because there's something is being changed. I don't know which, like, when I see JSON file, I'm assuming that's our global settings JSON. It's getting written in a way from the audio sliders that isn't expected. Because, okay, so the audio settings, did they get reset? Yeah, it got reset, so it looks like it regenerated the default configuration. Which also means probably the default controls, I would assume. Because this should go to like 10. And then if I quit the game, it should have saved that. But when I launch this, it's probably going to put it back up to full volume. Oh! It saved it. And the error's gone? Okay, launched it again. That's a weird one. It fixed itself. I didn't make any changes. But if I go back to audio and I slide that down to 0, and I quit the game, and I launch it again, is it gonna throw that error again? Yeah, it did. It did, and it reset it back to default. That's very strange. That's so strange. That's a bug we'll have to figure out another time. Alright, we've got some dynamic sound in. I don't think it needs to be that high-pitched. Let's give that a try. Let's also get the dynamic soundtrack in. Let's turn these down a little bit. And then that would be a pretty cool... Seems like we're getting the audio stuff implemented. I haven't tested on Joypad. That's worth testing. I'll probably do that a little bit tomorrow. Where's the other audio tracks? Where did the rest of the music go? Definitely looks like I've crossed the threshold. Did it? Oh, did I accidentally get rid of that code? Wait a second. Where is printer? Let me save all scenes. Did I accidentally overwrite all of that? Where would it be? Not in visuals. It'd be in printer scorer. Aw, man. I mean, it's not a lot of code, but that's weird that it must have been when I was having multiple editors up at the same time. Here it is. But if I go to scorer, I guess maybe dynamic music got. Oh, I made it into a scene. Hold on. Where is the it just got rid of the export? Because this should have export 5-bit audio stream